Snake beastmen, every time they consummate the marriage, they will leave a special mark on their bodies. The more such marks they have, the more females have favored them. But these 5 beastmen with stunning looks before her eyes do not have a single mark on their bodies, only because their wife is extremely ugly. Relying on her noble status and position, she forcibly occupied and married them, usually beating or scolding them, and even to achieve her goals, secretly fed them the shy fruit. The beast husbands resisted fiercely, unwilling to comply, and accidentally pushed the woman, causing her to fall, hit the wall, and die. After Suyu received the original host's memories, she wakes completely stunned, surrounded entirely by unfamiliar things. At this moment, Zhaonan struggled against the effects of the drug in his body. Thud, he knelt down. Jahan is not feeling well, unable to serve his wife master, begging for wife master's punishment. Suyu looked down and saw a stunningly beautiful man kneeling by the bed, his posture upright, his entire body exuding a coldness that kept others at a distance. Suyu frowned, only then, realizing she had transmigrated to the beast world continent. The original host was originally a noble heir in the imperial city. After her father's death, she was reported for colluding with demonic beasts and exiled. On the exile journey, Somiana tried to kill the original host. These 5 beast husbands protected their master and were severely injured. Arriving at the Beiluo tribe, the original host not only abused them, but also tried to drug Zhaonan. As a result, she was pushed, hit the wall, and died. Suyu also realized the original host had long been poisoned, which caused her irritable temperament. Up first, Suyu came from the apocalypse, unaccustomed to others kneeling. But as soon as she spoke these words, the cold aura around Zhaonan grew heavier. It is all Jahan's fault. Should not have pushed wife master. Please punish me, wife master. In Zhaonan's view, the more reasonable Suyu seemed, the more cruelly she would abuse them later. If wife master is dissatisfied, divorce Zhaonan. I will have no complaints. No sooner had the words fallen, a man with an enchanting appearance walked in. He took out paper and pen, placing them on the table. If wife master wants a divorce, divorce me as well. Only then did Suyu snap out of the shock of transmigration. I wish I could immediately write a divorce letter to test my wood-based abilities. They've actually become so weak. The environment of this northern Luo tribe is harsh, full of dangers, and she still has enemies in the Beast Emperor city. Currently lacking strength, I still have to rely on these beast husbands for protection. Keep me safe for 3 months, and I'll let you go, give you the divorce letter. Bei and Dizanin were stunned, simply not believing she could be so kind-hearted. Right at that moment, shouts came from outside. It's bad. Sister, your beast husband has been attacked by a magical beast and is about to die. Suyu then remembered she still had 3 beast husbands. Not knowing who was injured, she didn't have to think more, jumped off the bed and ran outside of the house into the yard, only to see several people carrying a green bamboo snake over 10 meters long. Inside, the wounds on the snake's body were horrifying to see, and it was still bleeding. Zhaonan and Bei also rushed out. Seeing Wenhan in this state filled them with helplessness and numbness, thinking perhaps one day they too die silently in this place like this. Suyu took a look. The injured one was actually her snake beast husband Wenhan. His breath was faint, looking like he was about to die. Suyu didn't care about anything else, rushed forward and placed her hand on Wenhan's head. Bei's face changed drastically. What are you doing? He's almost dead, and you still won't let him go? Zhaonan's expression darkened, his body tensed. Suspecting she intended to harm Wenhan, Suyu ignored them, using her weak Muji ability to heal Wenhan. Her consciousness entered Wenhan's mental sea. Inside, she saw a huge green bamboo snake in a bamboo forest, its wounds mottled, bleeding non-stop. Suyu walked forward. Reaching out to touch it, the snake's body trembled slightly, but did not refuse. Suyu felt a softness in her heart and comforted it, saying, "Don't worry. You will get better." As she spoke, green light enveloped Wenhan from her hands, and the wound slowly healed. Wenhan was also astonished, never expecting that his wife actually possessed the legendary healing type ability. He whispered, "Thank you, wife, for treating this male's injuries." After an unknown amount of time, Wenhan's condition improved, but Suyu fainted due to excessive depletion of her ability. Wenhan immediately transformed back to his original form and carried her into the house. Jiaonan and Bei looked utterly incredulous. She had actually awakened a healing ability. In the Beast Emperor City, everyone had considered her trash. The next day, Suyu woke up and washed up. From Theater Basin, she saw that half of her face had suddenly turned black. The original owner had been insecure about this appearance and controlled by poison. Becca meritable and quick-tempered. Suyu knew her appearance would recover after detoxification. Stepping out of the room, she saw Wenhan in the courtyard using his ability to chop firewood and ethereal aura emanating from him. Wenhan brought 2 red fruits and 2 bird eggs from the kitchen, handing them to Suyu. "This is all that's left in the house. Sorry to make you endure this, wife." Jiaonan and Bei went hunting early in the morning. They should be able to bring back food. "It was my fault for not catching any prey yesterday. That left everyone with nothing to it." Suyu knew it wasn't easy for the Beiluo tribe to obtain food. Even Thoth beast husbands had 3rd-tier strength. Hunting was still full of danger. "It's okay, I'll cook." Wenhan offered to help, and Suyu did not refuse. Suyu made tomato and bird egg soup. After finishing, she served a bowl for Wenhan. Wenhan had never seen this kind of food or cooking method before. Suyu asked, "Where did you find these red fruits?" "With tomatoes, we can make quite a few dishes. They even made tomato sauce to sell in the city to improve their lives. After all, hunting was too dangerous." Wenhan explained softly. Suyu, found in the ancient forest, brightened up and said, "After eating, accompany me on a trip." Suyu, seeing Wenhan not moving his spoon, suddenly remembered that she had drugged Jiaonan's food yesterday. No wonder Wenhan didn't dare eat. She said awkwardly, "Don't worry, I don't have that intention. Oh, the food isn't drugged." Wenhan then agreed. Originally, Wenhan thought of leaving all the food for Suyu. In the past, when food was scarce, they always let their wife eat first, and only ate what was left themselves. Suyu smiled and said, "You drink it all. Later, we'll go to the mountains to find more food and make delicious meals." She had 5 beast husbands by her side. 2 claimed to be out hunting for food, but were often nowhere to be seen, leaving only 3 around regularly. Among the 3, Wenhan treated her the best, not rejecting her closeness, so she could only call him to go to the mountains. After the meal, Wenhan transformed into his snake form. Suyu sat on the snake's body and one hand carried her toward the forest. Passing through the tribe, many female beasts were surprised to see Suyu. Suyu actually went out? Didn't she hate snake beasts and never let this husband transform into his true form? "I heard the snake husband was almost dead yesterday, and she used her supernatural ability to save him." How could a female beast have supernatural abilities? Shamans are all male beasts. Suyu heard the discussions but paid no attention. After leaving the tribe, Wenhan increased his speed, the snake body leaping up as if flying through the air. Suyu quickly held on tight. With this embrace, Wenhan's snake body instantly stiffened, almost falling from mid-air. Then, he sped up even faster. Arriving at the location of the red fruit, he quickly put down Suyu, transformed into human form, his ears turning red. "These are the red fruits." Suyu saw a large patch of tomatoes, her eyes gleaming, but she had no tools to carry them. She had a space in the apocalypse, but after crossing over, she couldn't sense it. She had to find vines around to weave a backpack, basket, and a basket. Her hands were very skillful, weaving quickly. Wenhan watched her movements, a flicker of light in his eyes. Is the wife master weaving something? Weaving a backpack basket and a basket to hold the red fruits. If you're bored, you can look around, but if I'm in danger, I'll have to call you over to protect me. Wenhan nodded. There's no food at home, might as well hunt around. After Wenhan left, Suyu picked tomatoes. Suddenly, she sensed danger, turned around, and saw a huge beast covered in spikes, charging over. Suyu shouted Wenhan while quickly climbing the nearby tree. Wenhan rushed over, saw Suyu climbing the tree, his eyes filled with astonishment. He remembered Edsu couldn't climb trees before. Wenhan's gaze darkened, quickly engaging in battle with the huge beast. Usually gentle, during combat, he exuded a cold, frosty, and snow-like, fierce aura, full of oppressive force. He leaped down from the air, danced his blade to pierce the beast's neck, and when pulling the blade out, blood splattered, yet he elegantly avoided it, not getting a single drop of blood on him. Boom! The beast fell. Suyu widened her eyes. Wenhan actually dealt with the beast so easily. It seems his strength is formidable. His gentleness is just a facade. Suyu snapped back Toriale, unexpectedly meeting his gaze. Instinctively wanting to hide, she stepped back and actually fell from the tree. Wenhan leaped down, catching her wife master in midair. Are you all right? Suyu was held, smelling elegant scent on him. Thinking of how he killed the beast, her body instantly stiffened. I'm fine, let go of me. She didn't dare touch Wenhan, afraid of being disliked. Wenhan looked down at Suyu in his arms. This was the first time holding her. Her face was pale, her expression wary, her eyes clear and clean, very different from before. Wenhan's expression darkened slightly. He whispered in her ear, Wife master, are you afraid of me? Suyu bit her lip. No, how could I be? After saying this, she looked up and met Wenhan's vortex-like gaze, feeling she didn't understand him. He seemed dangerous and unfamiliar now. Was his usual gentleness just a disguise? But she wanted to get down. Wenhan didn't let go. At this moment, a soft, cute voice sounded in her mind. Host, I've finally woken up. It was the space systems. Suyu quickly communicate with her thoughts. It's good. You're okay. Are the things in me space still there? The space system explained, Host. After Earth apocalypse, when your ability leveled up and you transcended, I was also injured. Now the space permissions are restricted. Only half an acre of land is available. Supplies will gradually expand as you level up. Getting intimate with your beast husband can release different levels of permissions. This time you hugged your beast husband. That's why I woke up. If you have a substantiations, the space will level up faster, and supplies can be open-endedly. Sideways mouth twitched. If you want me to live, stop talking. It seems I still have to find food myself. Suyu continued picking tomatoes. Wenhan also helped. Soon the basket was full. She still wanted to look for other food or medicinal herbs. At this time, the space size Tong excitedly said, Host, I can detect things within a 100-meter radius. In the grass ahead, 100 meters underground, there are sweet potatoes. Sideways eyes instantly lit up upon hearing the space system's words. Sweet potatoes, with this thing, we won't have to worry about food today. System, you're amazing. With sweet potatoes, we won't go hungry today. Suyu didn't count on the other two beast husbands to hunt and bring back food. Suyu arrived at the location indicated by the system, pushed aside the grass, saw the sweet potato leaves, and quickly started picking them. Wenhan had been following closely to protect her. Seeing her picking grass, he was stunned for a moment. What are these? Suyu explained, "These are sweet potato leaves. They can be used to make many good dishes." Thinking about this world's understanding of food, she emphasized again, "Believe me, this isn't just grass." Suyu blinked her clear eyes and looked at Wenhan. "Wenhan, can you help me dig up the sweet potatoes underground?" Wenhan met her gaze, listened to her gentle tone, and felt a stir in his heart. Before, she always ordered them to do things, never with such a pleasant expression. He softly replied, "Okay." As he spoke, heckled his ability into the bone knife and dug into the ground. With his forceful effort, a large pit appeared in the ground, revealing some sweet potatoes, but also many were dug up and shattered. Suyu hurriedly shouted, "Don't use so much force. There's food down there." Wenhan's movements halted, looking at the red lumps underground and seeing Siway's serious expression. He lightened his actions and continued digging. One by one, sweet potatoes were unearthed. The backpack and basket couldn't hold so many sweet potatoes. Fortunately, Suyu had her space and directly stored the sweet potato inside. Wenhan watched the sweet potatoes on the ground vanish into thin air and realized something. Blurted out, "Space." We nodded. "I have space ability in the exiled tribe. Space ability is very practical. It can both store food and make the beast husbands wary. Sathi don't always think about striking it rich." Wenhan's heart was stirred by towering waves. She not only has healing ability, she actually also has space ability. In the beast world, space ability is already rare, and dual type ability is unheard of. Wenhan didn't speak fur. Suyu loaded a large amount of sweet potatoes into her space, then said, "There are mushrooms and wood ear fungus nearby. Let's pick some to take back." Wenhan frowned. "These are all poisonous." In the beast Emperor Sit, everyone knows from childhood that mushrooms and wood ear fungus are poisonous. Suyu explained, "Some mushrooms are poisonous, some are not. Wood ear fungus can also be eaten if processed properly." No matter whether Wenhan believed it or not, she went ahead and picked on her own. After walking forward a stretch, the space system prompted again. "Host, there are ginger and scallions 100 meters to your left." Suyu hurried to dig them up. With scallions and ginger, she could make quite a few delicious foods, and also remove gaminess. Now they had food settled for the next few days. This area had just been attacked by beasts, so there were temporarily neuther beasts. Seeing the sky gradually darken, the two prepared go back. On the way back, Wenhan was at the side, transforming into snake form. Suyu didn't dare move recklessly, but Wenhan sped along swiftly, and Suyu almost fell off. Wenhan used his tail to support her. "Wife master, you can hold me tight." Suyu was just about to refuse when the space system screamed, "Host, quickly hug him tight. The space can unlock a small permission." Suyu had no choice but to resign herself and hug Wenhan. With this hug, Wenhan's speed slowed somewhat. Suyu looked down. There was a clear river in the valley. Inside, the fish are big and plentiful. Wenhan landed by the river, transformed into human form, gently hugged Suyu and placed her on the ground. Suyu felt her attitude towards her had changed. Wenhan pointed at the water surface with his wind elemental ability. Over a dozen fish landed on Thesher. Then he picked grass to string the fish together, his movements elegant and noble. When preparing to return, she discovered river snails and river shrimp in the riverside grass, and couldn't help but sigh that the resources in the beast world were too abundant, much better than the end of the world. Suyu stored the food in her space. Wenhan carried her back to the stone house. When they arrived home, the sun had not yet set. Jiaonan and Bei had not returned yet. Wenhan proactively explained. The two of them went hunting in the mountain forest. They might have gone far. They should be back by dark, Suyu said indifferently. It's fine, they can return whenever they want. Actually, she was thinking to herself, if they disappeared like the other two beast husbands, it would be a relief when he noticed Siway's expression, seeing she truly didn't mind. If it were before, she would have long started cursing when he softly said, "Wife master has been busy all day, go rest first, I'll cook these foods. You don't know how to make, I'd better do it." Originally planning to steam the fish, Suyu changed her mind last minute. The fish are large, suitable for making fish noodles. Wenhan was curious about what she was going to make in the Beast Emperor city. She had eaten many delicacies, but had never heard of sweet potato leaves, or things like ginger and scallion. Sui began processing the fish. She used a bone knife to slice the fish open from the middle, making it easy to remove the fish head and bones for soup. The fish meat was used to make fish noodles. The most crucial part was scraping the fish meat into fish paste. At this moment, movement came from outside the door. Bai had returned, carrying a wild boar. He saw the things in the yard, his gaze darkening. "Rethis, what you brought back? You're so badly injured, yet she didn't even let you rest, and still made you prepare food." Wenhan hurriedly explained, "No, it's true. All of this was gathered by our wife." Bai's lips curled into a cold smile, his fox-like keys full of indifference. "Wenhan, don't you also dislike her? Don't speak up for her just because she used her special ability to save you once. No female beast is willing to enter the kitchen, let alone our wife. Here, don't forget how she treated you before. Who knows what tricks she's playing this time." Wenhan's hands, washing the sweet potatoes, paused, hesitated seriously. "Bayer, our wife is in the kitchen. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself." After hearing this, Bai looked towards the kitchen and saw Suyu inside, busy working. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. In the past, Suyu would just reach out for ready-made food and open her mouth to be fed. They treat them like slaves, making them suffer physically and mentally. Bai has good eyesight and clearly sees Siway's piece, the fish's neat knife skills, and can't help but ask what she wants to do. She hates the fishy smell the most, yet Crav's fresh fish meat. Are there any bones? Suyu Hasselway's been picky about food. Even the game they worked hard to hunt, she finds all sorts of faults with it. Insults and whippings are considered light. When she goes mad, she even uses a knife. Wenhan knows Bai harbors hatred in her heart, and says softly, "When you're here in the morning." She also made breakfast, using sour red berries to make a delicious soup. Suyu sees the old boar, her eyes gleaming. The boar skin can be made into pork skin, jelly. The leaf, lard, and caul fat can be rendered into oil. When rendering the caul fat, you can also make crispy fried snacks. She knows that in the beast world, beastmen have huge appetites. Those with special abilities like Wenhan have even more astonishing appetites, yet they often go hungry. At this moment, Zhaonan returns, and seeing Bai's unpleasant expression, hurriedly asks, "What's wrong? Did she bully you again?" Bai says with a gloomy face, "She didn't bully me. She's cooking in the kitchen. She has never entered a kitchen since she was little, and doesn't know how to cook at all. Suddenly running off to cook. Could it be she wants to poison us?" A trace of gloom flashes across Zhaonan's clear and cold eyes. Yesterday, Sai left him until he frantically took medicine, and his reaction after hitting the wall was very strange. Given her usual temperament, she would definitely have flown into a furious rage. Bai looks at Zhaonan and says, "I understand. With your temperament, you'd rather die than let her touch you, and I'm the same." The two of them discuss for a while, decided not to eat dinner. They weren't afraid of death, just had no choice, couldn't easily throw their lives away. Zhaonan, when he returned, he was carrying a small bucket of bird eggs and a Wild rabbit. Without even glancing at the kitchen, he said to Wenhan, Bei and I want to eat dinner. Wenhan sighed. Wife, you're different from before. Let's eat together. Although they were sideways beast husbands, because they had no feelings for her, they never fought for her favor. Zhaonan simply didn't believe Suyu would change for the better. He shook his head. We're not hungry, we won't eat. Wenhan had no choice but to go to the kitchen and tell Suyu. This, Suyu looked at the full basin of fish paste and said, I prepared food for 4 people. Her current strength was too weak. She still relied on them for protection. Improving their relationship was imperative. To prove she hadn't drugged the food, she ate in front of Wenhan. I didn't poison it. I'm still counting on you to protect me and find food. I wouldn't harm you. Wenhan's gaze softened. I know they'll eat. She brought the food to Zhaonan's room and called Bei over. Bei's injury should healed yet, and today while hunting wild boar he got hurt again. He originally didn't want to eat, but smelling the aroma and hearing Wenhan's words, he couldn't help but suspect. Would she be this kind? Wenhan explained. Wife tasted it in front of me, used new utensils, didn't drug it. Besides, she still needs us to find food and protect her. She wouldn't harm us. Bai and Zhaonan hadn't eaten all day. Their stomachs were already growling with hunger. Hearing Wenhan say this, Bei hesitantly picked up the utensils. This scrambled egg cooked with fruit is quite unusual. This is fish soup. Can it be drunk? Bei wondered inwardly, taking a sip and then freezing. This fish soup actually had no fishy smell. The soup was clear and white, with a delicious flavor. Wenhan smiled and introduced. Next toiter noodles made from fish meat. Zhaonan and Bei had never heard of noodles. After tasting them, they were won over by the deliciousness. Stir-fried sweet potatoes and tomatoes with eggs were also very tasty. Thetwo silently finished eating, their hearts full of doubts. How could Suyu recognize food and also cook so well? Confirming that the two had eaten the meal, Wenhan returned to the kitchen. Suyu was sitting at the table, and upon seeing her return, her eyesand brows smiled. You're back. Let's eat together. Saying this, she picked up her chopsticks and waited for her. Wenhan felt moved inwardly. My wife is waiting for me. Yes, we prepared the meal together. Of course I'll wait for you to eat together. Suyu clearly knew that they were now a group, and only by eating their fill, could they enhance their abilities to deal with crises. Wenhan looked at Suyu, seeing only her lively and beautiful eyes. Wench smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to hold a bottle of moonlight, clear and pure, with warm light pouring out layer by layer, straight into the heart. Wenhan's gaze flickered, his gentle face gaining a touch of softness. All right. Suyu handed over chopsticks and a spoon, and only then began the meal. She picked up the fish noodles, one bite after another, eating with focused quietness, making no sound. Wenhan savored the food, each bite astonishing him. How could the fish be deboned and still have no fishy smell? Suyu looked up at Wenhan. At this moment, Wenhan's eating movements were elegant and sharp, exactly like a young master from a noble family. Suyu only remembered that he was brought back by her former self's father, who had instructed her Tatri at him well. As for his background, I wonder if the meals suit your taste? Suyu asked Wenhan, who responded softly, it's delicious, wife. If there's anything you mainly want to eat, just tell me the recipe, and I'll make it. You don't have to work so hard, Suyu said with a smile. It's fine. I enjoy cooking delicious food. Anyway, being idle is just being idle. In the apocalypse, ingredients were scarce and precious, and Wefton relied on nutrient solutions to get by. Coming to the beast world, where supplies are abundant, all ingredients are organic, and we can even cook with firewood. This makes Suyu very happy. Wenhan saw her bright expression and knew she wasn't lying, so he said, then from now on, I'll assist you, wife. Suyu didn't refuse. Wenhen has special abilities, making work much easier. After the meal, Wenhen naturally cleared fetishes. This was the first time he had eaten his fill since being jexiled. Suyu then went to the yard, burned plant ash, and cleaned the pig offal. Hunting in the forest is dangerous and food is hard to come by, so she didn't want to waste anything. It's a pity there are no spices, otherwise she could make braised dishes. She heard that there are shops and pharmacies in nearby cities. Perhaps the pharmacies have spices, but exchanging for spices would cost a lot of meat and animal hides. Suyu plans to dry the picked mushrooms and grind them into powder taos as seasoning. The wood-ear mushrooms will also be dried and dehydrated when needed. On the other side, Jiaonan and Bei finished eating, looked at the empty bowls, and fell silent for a moment. Bei exclaimed, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe Ish cooked this meal. It's even more delicious than what I attain my family." Jiaonan said quietly. According to the rules, it should be us taking care of her and cooking for her, even though Suyu eats and scolds them, making them disgusted. Their deplying rain beliefs make them feel they should cook for their wife. Bei said helplessly. It's not that we're unwilling to cook, but she's too picky. She gets angry and overturns the table over the hard-made meals, preferring to throw them away rather than let us eat. Today, the sun really rose from the west. Bei still felt it was unreal. Then he said suspiciously, Wenhen said, "She's different from Bear, could it be true?" Jiaonan's cool eyes rippled as he recalled. Indeed. After she woke up from hitting the wall, her gaze had changed. At the time, he thought she was up to her tricks again. Could it be? Jiaonan didn't dare to be sure. His expression changed slightly. Let's wait and see. Don't fall into a trap. Bei deflated. That's right. Let's clear the dishes first. The two finished cleaning up, delivered them to the kitchen, and walked out of the house. They saw Suyu busy in the yard and thought their eyes were playing tricks. Bei even used his special ability to check, confirming it was undoubtedly Zhui. Wenhen finished tidying the kitchen and came out. Seeing Suyu, he showed a surprised expression, stepped forward and asked softly, "Wife, is there anything I can do?" "Nothing for now, just clean these thoroughly." Wenhen saw clearly what was in the basin, his expression shifting. Usually, when hunting brings back wild beasts, these parts are thrown away, they're inedible. Suyu patiently explained, "These are all good things. Cleaned with plant ash, they can be made into delicious food. From now on, keep the offal of the beasts. I won't let you go hungry." Wenhen looked at her earnest eyes, warmth rising in his heart, his brows and eyes growing even gentler. "I believe you, wife. But not letting you go hungry is our duty." "Is there anything else to do?" Suyu said. "Cut those sweet potatoes into fine pieces." She planned to use some to make sweet potato soup for flavor, and most to make sweet potato starch. Still planning to plant sweet potatoes in the spatial field tonight. Crops grow fast in the space, with high yield. Jiaonan and Bei finished heckling the dishes and stayed in the kitchen, seemingly calculating something. After she finished eating, she liked to bathe, so lays heat water first. Jiaonan and Bei knew Suyu Shabbats inside out. She came from the Su family in the Beast Emperor City, a treasured doll, noble in status, highly sought after, and had loved cleanliness since childhood, needing to heat water for a bath every day. Wenhen finished peeling the sweet potatoes, then went inside to get a knife to cut them. Seeing Jiaonan and Bei, Wenhen said, "Today, it's my turn to take care of our wife." The three of them always took turns on duty. Bei said somewhat awkwardly, "We ate the meal she cooked. Westhold do something." Jiaonan also agreed. Indeed, Westhold. After all, Suyu is still nominally their wife. How could they let the wife work while they idled? Wenhen explained, "We dug many sweet potatoes today, and your wife needs to cut them into fine pieces. Bai suggested, let's help together. It'll be faster. The three of them worked together, greatly increasing efficiency. Some of the cut sweet potatoes were placed into a pot filled with clean water and started boiling over high heat. Suyu finished heckling the pig offal and walked into the house, seeing Wenhan boiling the sweet potatoes, while Jiaonan and Bei were mashing sweet potato slices into paste. With their special abilities, they worked very quickly. Suyu couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised, never expecting these two, thought of, to be quite diligent when work was needed. Suyu walked to the pot and said to Wenhan, that's enough. First scoop these out and filter them. As she spoke, she fetched klingous and a large wooden bucket. Wenhan ladled the sweet potato soup into the gauze according to her instructions. It's still hot now, so wait for it to cool a bit before squeezing the gauze. Jiaonan, upon hearing this, moved his fingers slightly, and his ice-type ability transformed into a cold air that enveloped the wooden bucket and gauze. The temperature instantly dropped. Seeing this, Siwei's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Jiaonan. She had almost forgotten that Jiaonan possessed an ice-type ability. Wasn't this a natural refrigerator? She had originally wanted to ask Akshanan to help dig an ice cellar to store food, but fearing rejection, she hesitated and averted her gaze. Jiaonan was momentarily dazed by her bright gaze. Noticing her hesitation and the dimming of her eyes, he couldn't help but frown slightly and asked in a low voice, "Wife, what are your orders?" Suyu was taken aback, not expecting Jiaonan to take the initiative to ask. His voice remained cool and clear, but with a bit less of its piercing coldness. Suyu looked at Jiaonan in confusion, trying to confirm his expression. After calming down, she opened her mouth and said, "Can you dig an ice cellar in the corner of Thayard? This way we can store meat." To avoid waste, Jiaonan and Bayaboth showed surprised expressions upon hearing this. In the past, Suyu was the one who loved to waste food the most, disliking that food wasn't fresh the next day, and would simply throw away whatever was finished that day. Jiaonan collected his expression and replied in a low voice, "Okay." After saying that, he went to the yard to build the cellar. Suyu didn't expect him to act so quickly. Bei, not wanting to be outdone, directly used his fire ability to ignite the firewood. Suyu saw this, and her eyes lit up again, feeling more satisfied. With Bei noticed said that Siwei's gaze only fell on his ability, but hat was fine too. Suyu instructed Wenhan to filter the sweet potato liquid, then poured the juice into the pot to continue boiling. Bei asked wife, what should Wedo next? The sweet potatoes have already been mashed by her. Suyu patiently explained, first wash, then filter, then squeeze out the starch water. She led Bei step by step through the process. This starch water was left to settle in a vat. Early tomorrow morning, after the starch settled to the bottom of the vat, the water whispered off, leaving the starch. Then water was added, stirred, and filtered again to make the starch finer. The starch from the two settling processes was put into a gauze bag and placed in a ventilated area to dry. Tomorrow night, they could obtain sweet potato starch and perhaps even make sweet potato noodles. After finishing all this, Suyu used the heated water to wash. Fortunately, the previous body was particular and had the beast husband specially build a bathing room, which even had a stone-built bathing pool. Suyu finished bathing and was just about to go out when she heard noise coming from outside. Her face, with a sudden change, she hurriedly walked out of the house and arrived at the doorway, only to see many monsters surging outside. The beastmen in the tribe were fighting desperately. Siwei's pupils contracted, recognizing these as mutated beasts, and they were even more bizarre than the ones seen during the day. Wenhan, Bei, and Dizanen were also battling. The mutated beasts. Their speed was extremely fast, and their supernatural ability transformed into various weapons. Carefully, Zhaonan's figure flashed, and his blade pierced through the head of a mutated beast. This mutated beast had originally been attacking Suyu. The blood flowing from the mutated beast was dark and eerie. Zhaonan immediately used his ice-based supernatural ability to freeze the black blood, so as not to frighten Suyu. The semi-mutated beasts all seemed to be charging towards Suyu. Bei Reli Astis flame ability, directly burning the mutated beast to death. The mutated beast emitted a sinister, eerie cry, sharp and piercing. Wenhan's speed was like a fleeting shadow, swiftly killing one mutated beast after another. Soon, with the concerted efforts of bear beastmen in the tribe, the mutated beasts were completely elemented. Wenhan was the first to run to Saiwei's side, asking with concern, "Wife, are you alright?" He was worried that Suyu had been frightened. Zhaonan and Bei were startled in their hearts. In the past, whenever Suyu heard the sound of mutated beasts, she would hide in fear inside the house. They never expected that this time she would actually come out on her own. Suyu was just startled, not afraid. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine." She understood in her heart that before recovering her strength, she still had to rely on them for protection. But she had promised to set them free after 3 months, so she must improve her own strength as quickly as possible. Wenhan sighed softly, raising his hand to gently smooth Saiwei's hair. "It's good that you're fine, wife. Your hair is wet. It's easy to catch a cold out here. Let's go back inside first," he said, gently picking up Suyu and walking towards the house. Caught off guard, Suyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Wenhan's neck. Zhaonan and Bai saw Wenhan take the initiative to hold Suyu, their faces full of shock. Wenhan had always been gentle, but hard to approach. Before, Suyu had found it difficult to get close to him. Yet now, he was actually holding her on his own. Their expressions were complicated. And then they followed into the courtyard, locking the gate securely. At this moment, the space system excitedly shouted in Saiwei's mind, "Host, make him hold you more. Hug him back tightly. Gently, maybe you can unlock permissions to obtain supplies." Suyu responded with her thoughts, "If I do that, he'd probably throw me right off." The system urged Wenhan. "Took the initiative to hold you, which means he doesn't dislike you. For the supplies, be bold and go for it. Think of all those treasures you've hoarded." Suyu was somewhat tempted, since Wenhan had taken the initiative to hold her. Holding on a bit longer should be fine. Wenhan, completely unaware of Saiwei's thoughts, carried her into the house and placed her on the bed. Suyu didn't let go, silently thinking, "Space, hurry up and open some permissions." Seeing she wasn't letting go, Wenhan lowered his head and asked gently, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Suyu pursed her lips and closed her eyes, forcing herself to say, "I'm a little scared." After saying it, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Wenhan's heart softened, holding her even tighter, and he comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let the mutated beasts hurt you." Zhaonan and Bei entered their room and saw this scene. Strange emotion inexplicably welling up in their hearts. Under the lamplight, half of Saiwei's face washed in by Wenhan, the revealed half of her cheek like ice and snow, her whole body radiating. The two emitted an otherworld aura, their gazes subtly shifting. They had never looked either so carefully before. Just then, the spatial system excited Li's aid, "Host, the space has released some seasoning packets. You can now let go of Wenhan." Upon hearing this, Suyu hurriedly extricated herself from Wenhan's embrace. "I'm fine." She didn't dare look at Wenhan, afraid her thoughts would be seen through. Wenhan gave a gentle smile. "Wife, your hair isn't dry yet. You'll catch a cold." As he spoke, he took out a clean cloth to dry Suyu's hair. Bei hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Let me." he activated his ability, a scorching heat surging from his palm, drying Siwei's hair. Suyu was utterly surprised. This was even better than a hairdryer. What surprised her even more was that Bei, who had always disliked her, actually took the initiative to dry her hair. As Bei drew closer, he smelled the warm, pleasant scent on Suyu, completely different from the previous gloomy, cold aura. As a fox beast, he was extremely sensitive to scents and couldn't help but show a suspicious apprehension. This warm scent made him unable to resist wanting to get closer. His fox-like eyes also became somewhat intoxicated. For a moment, losing control, a small flame flickered from his finger. Careful Zhao Nan extinguished the flame. With a burst of icy air, Bei snapped back to reality and quickly apologized. Sorry. Suyu waved her hand. It's fine, she thought. To herself, Bei probably hated her enough to want to burn her to death. Regardless, thank you for protecting me tonight. She still needed them and had to maintain good relations. Wenhen said softly, protecting your wife is our duty. Well, to express gratitude, tomorrow I'll make you all a delicious breakfast. I'll do it. Bei spoke up. Tomorrow, stay home to take care of our wife. According to the arrangement, tomorrow, it's Bei's turn to stay behind. Wenhen and Jiaonan go out hunting. Suyu actually wanted Wenhen to stay, but feeling it's unfair, after all, hunting is dangerous. Suyu suddenly thought of Semethingan and asked, these mutated beasts, what's going on? Staying in Thetribe isn't safe either. The former Jade Stone only knows how to hide and has little understanding of mutated beasts. Phew, but she didn't want to rely on others. She would wait until her strength improved to deal with the mutated beasts herself, Wenhen explained. He said, beasts mutate after being invaded by a strange black energy. After mutation, their strength increases, and they also attack. Beastmen. Normally, they are active in the mountains and forests, but on nights with a full moon, they will break into Thetribe. The meat of mutated beasts is poisonous. Eating it is fatal. Suyu's expression turned grave. Invaded by dark energy. Do you know what dark energy it is? Wenhen shook his head. No one knows. The further north, the colder it gets, and the more mutated beasts there are. So beastmen who commit crimes are often exiled to the Bailia tribe. There are many mutated beasts here, so the exiled beastmen are left to fend for themselves and perish. Although there are many beastmen in the Bailuo tribe, there are also many casualties every year. After Wenhen's detailed explanation, Suyu, having gained a clear understanding of mutated beasts, it turns out that in the eyes of those people in the Beast Emperor city, being exiled to the northern Luo tribe is a death sentence. The climate here is bitterly cold. Mutated beasts run rampant and food is scarce. Once the snow season arrives, if food and beast pelt reserves are insufficient, many beastmen will freeze or starve to death. During the snow season, mutated beasts no longer appear, but without ample reserves, survival is still difficult. The beast world continent Alsatis for seasons. The cold northern regions call winter the snow season. It's currently early July in the lunar calendar, and around November in the lunar calendar, they will enter the snow season. She still is about for months to prepare supplies and store food. If during this time, the Space Upgrade Authority unlocks, the stockpiled supplies will come in handy. For now, she still needs to store more food. Siwei's expression shifted slightly. After digesting this information, she said, thank you, I'm fine now, I'll rest first. You should also go back and rest early. Her tone was gentle, yet carried a sense of distance. Before, when she let them get close, they couldn't get away fast enough. Now that they view her slightly more favorably, she wants to send them away, which makes them feel a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Yi's hair was already dry. When Han gently used a comb to smooth her hair, helped her lie down, and tucked in the quilt corners. Wife master, rest well. I'll be right next door. Call me anytime if you need anything. Su Yia nodded, her mind set on entering the space to take a look. After they left, she slipped into the space. The space system excitedly displayed, "Host, it's these." Su Yia saw that some seasonings had appeared on the space's farmland, including vinegar, soybeans, soy sauce, and packets of spices. Her eyes immediately lit up. With these, I can make quite a few delicious dishes. I was originally hesitating about how to prepare the offal. Just using salt would be tasteless. Having spices means I can make braised delicacies. The space system, seeing her happy, also felt joyful. Looking at the sweet potatoes in the space, it said, "Host, these sweet potatoes are twice as big as the ones you hoarded before." Suyu also noticed that in the beast world, food is generally larger than in the apocalypse. Green onions, ginger, and sweet potatoes are all about twice as big. Although they are larger than in the apocalypse, the texture is similar. The sweet potatoes are also very sweet, and these are purely natural, organic ingredients. The beast world continent is somewhat different, but with fertile forest soil. There must be plenty of ingredients. She likes it here, even though there are mutated beasts. It's better than the apocalypse. As long as supplies are sufficient, she can make all kinds of delicious food. Suyu focused her mind, preparing to plant, but first she needed to use her ability to sprout the seeds. Only after sprouting would she plant them in the space's fields. She hoped that when the space leveled up, the fields would expand. When the space level was higher, the fields covered thousands of acres, allowing her to plant anything she wanted, with fast growth and high yield. Bai and Dizanin came out of Siwei's room, preparing to return to their own. Jiaonan, noticing Bai's unusual silence, asked softly, "What did you discover?" Bai lowered his head in thought. "You know, my true form is a nine-tailed fox. Beast. I am very sensitive Taurus and can smell our wife's pheromones. They are completely different from before." Jiaonan's eyes flickered slightly. "Are you saying her aura has completely changed? What's different?" Bai's expression turned serious. Before, her aura was cold and gloomy, with a strange smell that was repulsive. Now, her aura is clean and warm, in people unable to resist wanting to get close. Thetwo feelings are completely different. Completely different? How can a person change so much? What did Jiaonan think of? His expression slightly restrained. Both of them returned with heavy hearts, finding it hard to fall asleep. Not long after, urgent knocking came from outside the door. "Big sister, are you home?" While Su was busy in the space, she heard a voice. It was Big Sister Lin from next door. She quickly came out from the space. The original host acted wildly and had poor relations with the tribe. Only Lin King next door was warm and enthusiastic, not minding the original host's cold face, and often sent things. As soon as Suyu came out from the inner room, she bumped into Wenhan. "The noise at the door disturbed you, wife?" Suyu shook her head. "It's fine. It's Big Sister Lin. She might have an urgent matter in the middle of the night. Let's go see." At this time, Jiaonan and Bai also appeared in the courtyard. Suyu didn't speak, walked to the door, opened it, and saw not only Linking at the doorstep, but also the chief and the chief's wife. Based in the original host's memories, she recognized the visitors. Linking said, "Big sister, the chief and his wife have something to ask of you." The chief carefully spoke. "Suyu, my otter was injured by a mutated beast. The wound is severely infected. Even the witch doctor can't do anything. We can only shamelessly beg you to save her. As long as you are willing to save her, we will do anything." The chief's wife also looked at Suyu with pleading eyes. Thichif and his wife have high prestige and strong power in the Beluo tribe. They have never lowered their heads to beg anyone. This time, for their daughter, they had no choice. During Thede, they heard Suyu had awakened a healing ability. Originala health believing, half doubt now, that their daughter is bitten. They desperately hope it's true. The chief and his wife have a sonand, a daughter. The daughter is still young, with a frail constitution, usually extremely stay indoors. But this time, for some reason, Lin King was bitten by a mutated beast and hesitated to speak, feeling that Gu Ningning, so young and timid, had suffered such a sudden disaster. Truly pitiful. Sai Wei's mind conjured up an image of a cute little girl. She remembered when her former self had scolded her. The girl was too frightened to make a sound, trembling as she ran away. Sai Wei's expression softened, and before the chief and his wife called say more, she spoke up. Let's go. I'll go Takia. Look. The chief and his wife, hearing Suyu agree so readily, couldn't help but be stunned, whitening their eyes in disbelief. When had Suyu become so easy to talk to? When they came to ask for help, they were prepared to kneel and had intended to agree to any conditions she proposed. But they never expected it to go so smoothly. Many of the prepared words hadn't even been spoken yet. The chief's wife said excitedly, "Then thank you so much, Suyu. As long as Ningning's injury can be healed, Suyu will be Urgriat benefactor from now on, and we will surely repay you well." Suyu knew that the tribal chief and his wife were people of their word. If they said so, they would do it. Gaining the chief's favor would make life much more convenient. In the Guluo tribe in Thefuchor and others in the tribe would not dare to trouble her easily. Of course, when her former self had acted arrogantly before, although everyone disapproved, they still didn't dare to provoke her. After all, her beast husbands were powerful. Arriving at the chief's stone house, Suyu saw the little girl inside. She was about 12 or 13 years old, with a very cute appearance. She was just too thin. At this moment, black blood kept oozing from the wound on her leg, and the pain made her cry silently. The chieftain's wife steps forward and said, "Ningning, don't be afraid. Suyu has healing abilities. Let her try to treat you." Suyu stepped forward and said gently, "Don't worry, it's okay." For some reason, when Gu Ningning looked at the smile on Sai Wei's face, she felt exceptionally warmer and sensed the gentle breeze Lakora emanating from her, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Suyu simply examined Gu Ningning and then released wood element healing energy at her wound. Soon, the festering wound on Gu Ningning stopped festering, the black energy was dispelled, and the flowing blood turned red. Suyu said she would be fine. With a few days of good rest, the wound would heal. Her wound infection was severe, also because of her inherently weak constitution. The chieftain and his wife were filled with gratitude towards Suyu. To be honest with Suyu, Ningning can't eat. She tends to vomit after eating, and when winter comes, she easily catches colds. If it weren't for the medicine prescribed by the witch doctor, Ningning wouldn't have lasted until now. Speaking of these things, the chieftain's eyes turned red. When Suyu checked Gu Ningning's pulse earlier, she also saw their son for her weak constitution. The main issue is that her spleen and stomach are too weak, making it difficult to digest meat. Since she can't absorb nutrients from food, she naturally becomes weak and sickly. Moreover, she stays indoors all year round without seeing sunlight, which is also bad for her health. Suyu said her inability to eat is because meat is hard to digest, especially when eaten raw, which harms the spleen and stomach greatly. So, meat is best cut very finely and cooked thoroughly in hot water before eating. It's also best to drink warm water. So it is, you can't always stay indoors. When the weather is good, You should get more son, leader, and husband. People remembered Siway's instructions and were immensely grateful to her. The chieftain's wife directly took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to Suyu. Said, "Thank you, Suyu, for treating Ningning. This is 100 copper gold coins. I hope you won't find it unworthy." Usually, the tribespeople didn't have many gold coins on hand, mostly bartering goods. Only when going to the city to attend the nurse conference, using gold coins for shopping would be more convenient. Seeing the gold coins, Siway's heart stirred. Here, copper gold coins were the most common currency, and there were also silver gold coins. This 100 copper gold coins could also buy quite a few things. Suyu understood this was the consultation fee and did not refuse, accepting it directly. When leaving, the chieftain's wife gave her some meat and cornmeal. Suyu originally didn't want to take so much. She only wanted to accept the meal, but the chieftain's wife was extremely enthusiastic, so she also accepted it based on her predecessors' memories. Suyu knew that the current beast world continent also had a certain level of civilization. Some places were rich in corn, and fertile lands also grew some crops, but the variety of crops was extremely limited. Even if they grew corn, people simply boiled it to eat. They would shell the dried corn kernels, grind them into powder, and then directly soak it in water to drink. They found the texture rough and irritating to the throat, and were not very willing to consume it. The people in the tribe still preferred meat as their staple food. Things like cornmeal were easy to store. Everyone stored some corn, only to avoid starvation in winter. But Suyu knew deeply that this was good stuff. Tomorrow morning, she could cook cornmeal soup, add eggs, and put in sweet potato, make a delicious corn, egg, and sweet potato porridge. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up, feeling this trip was quite fruitful. "Madam, this cornmeal is actually a good thing. Miss Gu has a weak spleen and stomach. Madam, tomorrow morning you can simmer some cornmeal soup for her to drink." Mrs. Lin sighed and said, "I used to soak it in boiling water for her to drink, but she didn't like it. Cooking it in a pot, I don't know why, it just doesn't taste good. Ningning doesn't like to eat it." Listening to her words, Suyu knew the chieftain's wife wasn't very good at cooking. She thought to herself, maybe tomorrow morning, after cooking it, she could bring some over. After all, building a good relationship with the tribal chieftain would be beneficial for her life in the tribe. 3 months later, after dissolving the relationship with her beast husbands, she might still have to continue staying in the tribe. We can no longer offend so many people like our predecessor did. It's better to build relationships in advance. It is very necessary. When Hangshanan and Bai were both in the courtyard, waiting and listening to her conversing freely with the chieftain's wife, everyone was surprised again. Before, whenever she opened her mouth, she was very blunt. When had she ever spoken so gently and softly? During the conversation with Suyu, the chieftain's wife's impression of her completely changed. She even held Suyu hand, appearing very fond of her. When Suyu was about to leave, the chieftain's wife held her hand and said reluctantly, "Suyu must come to visit at home when she has time." After Suyu left, the chieftain looked at his wife and said, "It's rare to see you like someone so much. In the past, madam, has never been so enthusiastic toward anyone." Thekif Tane's wife said, "I don't know why, but I just like this child. Perhaps I was wrong about her before." Suyu girl has a misunderstanding. She saved Ningning and is our benefactor. You are the chief of the North Luo tribe. Take more care of them in the future. The chief has always known to repay kindness. Seriously speaking, that is natural. We must repay this kind Ness. Later send more game over at this time. Gu Ningning said softly, "Father, mother, I really like Suyu. The chief's wife Becca exited. Ning Ning, what did you just say? Ning Ninja's weak and timid, rarely expresses likes or dislikes, has no friends, and is afraid of contact with people. Gu Ningning lowered her head and said, Suyu is warm and fragrant. She thinks Sayu is good and wants to repay Suyu, too. The chief's wife said happily, Suyu said you need Tajit more son, when you're better go play with Suyuesh, thinks Suyu is good. Is happy to let the two have more contact. It would be even better if they become friends. Suyu used wood-type powers and was a bit tired. Went home and fell asleep as soon as she hit bed. The weather was still hot, lying on the fur was hot, and she got bitten by mosquitoes side. During the day, she must go to the mountain forest to find some insect-repelling herbs and weave some grass mats. Thinking about these things, she quickly fell asleep. The next day, very early, Suyu woke up. This was a habit formed in the apocalypse. She had just opened the inner room door when she saw Bai Yi in the courtyard. Bai Yi hardly sound. A flash of surprise passed through his fox eyes. Usually Suyu slept until the sun was high. Today, she woke up too early. He quickly stepped forward and asked, Wife, master is awake? Suyu was stunned. You're up this early too? They were used to waking up early to train. In this harsh environment, being strong is safer. Today, it was Bai Yi's turn to take care of the wife. Master, so he had been waiting early. Bai Yi brought over the water basin and washing supplies. Suyu is not used to it. In the future, you all can focus on your own things. No need to take special care of me. Bai Yi felt a bit awkward. As a beast husband, this is what should be done. Suyu said, right now, you are only a beast husband in name, and will leave after 3 months. There's no need for this. Bai Yi listened, feeling inexplicably overcome, and explained, there are still 3 months left. During this time, should take care of you. Suyu said, none to force it. I can take care of myself. Bai Yi's heart sank. It's not like this. Clearly, she wasn't scolding him, but these words made his heart feel heavy and weighed down. After washing up, Suyu prepared to make breakfast, using spices that emerged from her space to stew pork offal. Bai Yi watched her busy figure, thin and small, somehow evoking pity. So, when she's not scolding people, she's quite easy to get along with. Can I help with something? Seeing that he didn't seem to be just being polite, Suyu said, the sweet potato starch from last night has settled. Pour off water on top, add fresh water, stir, and let it settle again. An ability user can do this faster. Besides, the meal is for everyone to eat, so working together is reasonable. Bai Yi went to work. While Suyu was cooking, Zhao Nan and Wenhan also came to help. They woke up early and overheard the conversation between Suyu and Bai Yi. Realizing that this time she really intended to dissolve the relationship, which made their feelings complicated, Suyu thought, in just 3 more months, I'll be free. After a night's sleep, Suyu felt her abilities had strengthened. Restoring her strength was just around the corner. Stewing porkful takes time and requires watching the pot. The lid steamed, and the aroma filled the air. Wenhan and the others smelled it and showed expressions of surprise. It's so fragrant. Lin Qin, next door, was still sleeping but was awakened by the tempting smell. What's that delicious smell? Just like last night. What tasty food is the beast husband of the big sister making here? Son, female beasts with beast husbands generally don't cook. After stewing the offal, Suyu made corn and egg custard again. Pour cornmeal into the wooden basin, add well water and stir. Take another bowl to beat the bird eggs. Use the seasoning in the space to add ingredients and vinegar to remove the fishy smell. Stir evenly. After the water boils, pour in the corn flour and continue stirring to prevent sticking to the pot. Then pour in the bird egg liquid. Wenhan watched Siwei's method and was slightly stunned. It was different from what he had seen before. After cooking, Suyu scooped out 5 large bowls and placed them on the table, then ladled the stewed marinated meats into a basin for everyone to easily pick and eat. "Alright, let's eat," Suyu called out. Marinated meat pairs best with steamed buns and rice. But unfortunately, there's neither flour nor rice here. Suyu looked at Wenhen and the other 2. They had cleaned the stove and the yard spotlessly, chopped firewood piled in the corner, and the sweet potato starch had been stirred and left to settle again. She noticed a gap in one corner of the yard, and her eyes lit up. "This is the eye cellar," Jiaonan replied softly. If the wife I met last night isn't satisfied, I'll adjust it again." Suyu crouched down, following the steps. Going down, seeing the eye cellar filled with ice blocks. Very satisfied Jiaonan. "Thank you for this yesterday, didn't the eaten pork and pork skin be stored here?" Jiaonan's mind stirred. She really changed. He strained his expression and said, "Ow, wife master, if you have any more orders just say it." Suyu waved her hand. "No need. Let's have breakfast first." Thinking about last night's fighting power, she dared not easily provoke everyone. Entered the kitchen, Suyu put a large bowl of corn egg custard into the basket. "You will eat first. I'll take it to Gu Ningning. She's weak. This custard should be drinkable." Wenhen stood up. "Wife, master, you eat first. I'll go deliver it." "No need. I'll go personally and check on her condition while I'm at it." Suyu thought, curing Gunning, letting the tribe know her medical skills are comparable to the witch doctors. Even if she leaves these beast husbands, she can still stand firm in the tribe. Wenhen wasn't easy, not caring about eating. Secretly followed behind Suyu to protect her. Day just broke. There were few people on the tribe's road. A few little beast cubs saw Suyu and shouted, "Ugly freak." Both bad and ugly. Wenhen was worried Suyu would be angry, but she faced the sunlight, her smile sweet and beautiful, seeming not tokari at all. She smiled at the beast cubs, but they seemed frightened, scampering away in a flash. Wenhen looked at Suyu's bright smile and thought, this must be her genuine essel. In front of them, her smile was always somewhat reserved. The chief's wife was very surprised to see Suyu bring corn egg custard. "This is too much trouble," Suyu said. "Madam, let Ningning try it. Her spleen and stomach are weak. First, drink something easy just to recuperate. It's just cornmeal with bird egg liquid, nothing special." Suyu checked Gu Ningning's pulse. The place bitten by the mutant beast had already healed. When about to leave, Gu Ningning grabbed her sleeve, looking at her with eager eyes. Sideways heart softened, patted her hand. "Try the corn custard, drink more, get more sunshine, your body will get better." Gu Ningning smelled the fragrance on Siween, thought Suyu was really good. She obediently took a sip, her eyes sparkling. So fragrant. The chief's wife was stunned. "Miss Suyu, how was this made? Before, when we gave Ningning cornmeal, she would vomit it out." Suyu explained the method. The chief's wife suddenly understood. Suyu returned home and saw Wenhen and the other 2 standing waiting for her. "What are you standing for? Why aren't you eating? Isn't it good?" Bay is. Fox eyes narrowed meaningly as he said, "Wife, have you forgotten? You said to rule that we cannot eat till you have eaten, and we can only eat what you leave." Bei spoke, those enchanting labatial eyes of his staring straight at Suyu. His foxies were naturally captivating. The captivating magical power, when focusing and gazing, seems inherently affectionate, extrema lipturing. Suyu almost sank into his gaze, but fortunately, she kept her composure. "In time," she said, "with a law that was in the past. Now, agree to a 3-month period. Let's coexist peacefully first. After 3 months, you'll be free. And don't come looking for trouble with me, okay? Couldn't just say she wasn't the original person. They wouldn't believe her and might even burn her as a mutated beast. Wenhan's handsome brows moved slightly, and he said, "Wife, rest assured, Nangsu will not harm the current wife. In the slightest," emphasizing it was the current her. Bei is. Fox-like eyes soft-tinted conceivably. I hope the wife remains like this and doesn't revert to how she was before. Suyu felt she needed to say something. After thinking, she spoke. I was wrong before, and I apologize to you here. I won't be like that anymore. I know you might not believe me, but time reveals a person's heart. You endure for now. Perhaps I can even terminate the contract early. If she could become stronger sooner, she could terminate the contract earlier. Wenhan's heart ached up in hearing her apology. His eyes filled with tenderness. Hesitated softly. It's not your fault. Don't go hungry, eat first. The temperature is just right. He had controlled the temperature of Siway's bowl of corn and egg custard to be just right. Suyu said with a smile, let's eat first. After eating, I'll go hunting too. She mainly wanted to go to the mountains to find food. Good. I'll accompany the wife. Bei's eyes lifted at the corners. Dazzling and enchanting as he said, wherever the wife wants to go, Bei will take the wife there, all right? Suyu didn't dare meet his gaze. She knew foxes had a bewitching ability. Actually, she wanted to go to the mountains with Wenhan. She didn't trust these three people. If she had to choose one to protect herself, she would choose Wenhan, but she could sense the undercurrent between Bei and Wenhan. Afraid the moment she spoke, the two of them would start fighting. She could only lower her head and scoop the corn porridge, whispering, then let's follow the rules. During the meal, everyone realized each dish was incredibly delicious. They originally didn't want to eat the pork offal, but after smelling the fragrance for so long, and thinking that the wife personally cooked, wasting it would be too shameful, so they tried it. Only then did they know how delicious it was. Everyone was eating leisurely at first, but now, Thune consciously sped up, and the corn porridge they never thought the throat-scratching corn could make something so delicious. While eating, they couldn't help but glance at Suyu, their eyes full of curiosity and disbelief, as if trying to see through her. Suyu lowered her head and attestantly, only showing the top of her head, not letting anyone see her expression. This meal was too agonizing. She could feel the pressure off everyone's gazes. Finally, full, she looked up and saw everyone had finished their bowls and the braised dishes. She was stunned. You're not full? Wenhan smiled gently. We're full, wife. It was very delicious. Before, we would throw these away. Now, thinking about it, it's quite wasteful. A pity. Before, we didn't know how to handle or make these braised dishes. Suyu nodded, thinking she'd make more next time. Beasts are beastmen. Their constitution is special. They need to eat a lot of food to maintain energy for hunting. After eating, Bei directly revealed his true form: a 2-meter-tall 9-tailed red fox. Suyu was amazed upon seeing it. The red fox Mao is so beautiful. She understands her previous self wanted to use fox fur for clothes. Bei Yi's beast form is too tall. Suyu simply can't get up. Hopping a few times was useless. Bei Yi's fox eyes held a smile, finding her very cute. He used his tail to coil around her and gently placed her on his back. Do you know where there are many medicinal herbs? She wanted to gather herbs to cure the poison in her body, and also treat Wen Han and the others for their internal and external injuries. These injuries severely affected cultivation, and were very painful. Her previous self-abuse had triggered a mental frenzy in them, worsening the poison and injuries. She felt responsible for resolving these. A good husband doesn't let his wife owe anything. Bei Yi said, I know, I'll take my wife there. He knew a place with many herbs, but the varieties were complex. Usually only witch doctors could identify them, and it was easy to get poisoned. But he didn't care about these, and carried Suyu there. Bai Yi ran very fast. Suyu instinctively judged him. She found hugging fox fur and hugging a snake's body felt completely different. The fox fur was beautiful and soft, with a light fragrance, clean and pleasant. As if bewitched, she reached out and touched him. Bai Yi trembled, stopping in the mountain forest, asking in a low, hoarse voice, "Wife, what are you touching?" Suyu snapped back to her senses, her scalp tingling. "And nothing, don't misunderstand. I just accidentally grabbed the fur." This was the mountain forest. No one could save her, although there was a beast husband contract preventing her from killing him. He could torture and take revenge, just like her previous self abused him. Suyu dared not act recklessly again and withdrew her hand from Bai Yi's fur. That fox fur was indeed beautiful and pleasant to touch, with an exquisite feel, but she still wanted to live. She liked this environment of dense mountains and forests rich in resources. This is so much better than Desert City. Thinking of Bai's killing intent and hatred, she felt like crying, but had no tears. Bai, noticing her unusual state, immediately transformed into human form, hugged her tightly, and gently placed her on the ground. "Wife, master, what's wrong?" He lowered his head, looking pitiful and adorable, a sight she had never seen before, making it hard for anyone to speak harsh words. Suyu stared at their toes, explaining softly, "I didn't mean to grab your fox fur on purpose. You were running too fast, and if I didn't hold on, I would have fallen off." She refused to admit she was actually stroking the fox fur. She thought to herself, this fox fur would be so warm and comfortable to sleep with, like hugging a snow chicken. As soon as she had this thought, she was startled. Shaking her head vigorously to dismiss the idea, Bai looked down at her, her delicate and adorable appearance startling him, making his heart soften as well. He used to despise Hurtiply, but his heart now told him she was different. He wanted to touch her hair, but his body still retained the old reluctance to get close, so he restrained himself. He softened his voice and said, "It's okay, you can grab it whoever you want." Suyu was stunned, looking up at Bai, meeting his gorgeous, captivating, incantagiate tender and gentle eyes. He doesn't plan to seek revenge. Suyu sighed in relief and replied, "Okay." It seems the beast husband contract is useful, but she also needs to control herself to avoid being retaliated against after the contract is dissolved. She understands their hatred for her former self. If she were in their place, she would want revenge too. Bai transformed back into his beast form, carefully wrapping his foxtail around Suyu, placing her on his back. Just as he was about to leave, Suyu suddenly said, "Wait." Suyu walked to a tree and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the wheat tree. This tree is thicker and taller than the wheat stalks from the end times, with large golden grains on top." Bai walked to her side and asked, "What's wrong?" "This is food. It's called wheat," Suyu said excitedly, analyzing. "With wheat, we can eat flour-based foods." Bai understood her meaning and asked, "Does wife master want to harvest it?" Suyu nodded, cut down the whole plant. Because they had discovered wheat, Suyu looked at it much more favorably. If he hadn't led her down this path, she would never have found it. Later, they could make flour-based foods. Bai didn't know what flour-based foods were, but seeing her happy, his heart also felt joy. Although half of his face was dark, the smile between his brows and eyes was genuine, and his eyes seemed like a pool of clean, jade green water. Bai quickly cut down the wheat stalks and Suyu directly stored them in her space. Watching the wheat instantly disappear, Bei was stunned. Space ability? Suyu wedded. Bei was inwardly shocked. Dual type abilities, and rare ones at that, space and healing abilities. It was truly unbelievable. This was their wife master, who in Beast Emperor City was called a useless, good-for-nothing, vicious female beast, constantly subjected to rumors and gossip, enduring disgust and disdainful looks. If those people knew she had dual-type abilities, who knows how they would react? Could it be that having abilities changed her? No matter what, it was a good change. Seeing her act like a normal female beast these past 2 days, they were both shocked and worried she might wake up one day and revert to Harold's self. Bei regained his composure and said, "What else does wife Mr. need? As long as she remained normal, he would get her whatever she wanted." Suyu looked around, first searching to see if there was any more wheat nearby. After turning around and finding nothing, seeing her disappointment, Bei transformed back into his original form and leaped onto a tall tree to look into the distance. Using his fox eye ability, consuming his special energy, he discovered another wheat plant half a valley away, several hundred meters out. He came down from the tree and said, "There's one more. I'll take you there." Bai placed her on his back and leaped away. He quickly cut the wheat stalk, and Suyu used her mind to store it in her space. At that moment, the space system excitedly said, "Host, 60 meters to the right is cabbage." Sideways' eyes brightened even more. She looked, and sure enough, it was cabbage. Although they were normal size, it was enough. With cabbage, they could make dumplings, wontons, and stuffed pancakes. She took out her bone knife and excitedly dug up the cabbage. Bei walked over and silently helped. "Let me do it, wife, you rest." He thought it looked like grass, but seeing her excitement, it definitely wasn't grass. Could it also be food? Suyu said with a smile, "It's fine, it's dig together." She stared at the cabbage, muttering, "This is cabbage. It can be used for dumplings and buns, and can also be stir-fried or pickled into sour cabbage. In winter, stir-fry sour cabbage with cured meat, paired with the cured meat smoked in advance, and we won't have to worry about food." Thinking about the difficulty of hunting in winter, Siwei's mind was filled with delicious food. Bei, hearing this was food, immediately helped dig. Soon, all the cabbage was stored in the space. Next, they went to gather herbs. Bei transformed into his fox form and carried her deep into the mountain forest. An hour later, they reached Thevely. Suyu smelled the herbal fragrance, her face full of excitement. Bei reminded, "Some herbs are poisonous. Previously, wild beasts died from poisoning." Suyu nodded, "I know." She recognized most medicinal herbs, and for those she didn't, she could rely on the space system to identify them. Suyu recognized the fox body, took the bone knife to dig for herbs, and saw several key medicinal ingredients that could detoxify her body. Hidden dangers in the body, restoring appearance, and it can also be used as a hemostatic and insect repellent medicine. By noon, Suyu said, "Bei, it's time for lunch. I have sweet potatoes in my space." Bei said, "Don't move. I'll go at wild game." He wasn't at ease. Transformed into his fox form, scattered fox fur around, so he could rush back if there was danger. As soon as Suyu was left alone, she heard a cold "Makingla." She immediately became alert and asked her space system, "Did you discover anything?" The system said, "Host, it didn't discover anything. The medicinal herb by your foot is poisonous." Suyu said, "I heard a voice filled with Kalingentant, probably the 5 beast husbands from my previous life want to kill me." The system comforted, "I can protect you. By a syringed fox fur has power. If there's danger, it will come." Just as Suyu was thinking this, the sharp-beaked black bird attacked her. The fox fur emitted a red glow, blocking the Taksu was surprised. It turns out Bei was really protecting her. The black bird swooped down again. Suyu defended herself with a bone knife while absorbing the aura of Theplins. At that moment, a flaming arrow pierced the black bird. Bei landed in front of her, his 9 tails shielding her. 2 more black birds appeared. One of them transformed into human form and shouted, "Bei, you've been hit with fire poison. Fighting forcefully will drive your spirit to madness. It's not worth it for this vicious female beast. Our master has a secret method to break the beast husband contract. If she dies, you won't die either. Cooperate with us, and we'll teach you the secret method." Hearing this, Suyu's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly absorbed natural aura to boost their special abilities, but this required time. She absolutely could not entrust her life to someone else. Bei gave a weak smile. "She is my wife, master. No one shall think of harming her." Having said that, he forcibly activated the magical artifact, mobilizing the supernatural energy within his body. Su Yue behind him could feel the scorching flame aura enveloping him. His dazzling figure shot arrows towards the 3 black birds. One of them suddenly turned, hitting the speaking black bird. The black bird vomited blood, looking at Bei Yi in disbelief. "You are seeking death." As words fell, it plummeted to the ground, burned toshes by the flames. The other 2 black birds were also shot dead. Only then did Bei Yi turn back, carefully checking if Su Yue was injured. Su Yue shook her head. "I'm fine." At this moment, she noticed Bei Yi's fox-like eyes glowing with a crimson red. "Bei Yi, what's wrong with you?" She remembered what the black bird had said earlier. Bei Yi was desperately trying to suppress the berserk transformation, his head splitting with pain, his body trembling. The fire poison surged up, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He could barely maintain his human form, collapsing to the ground. "Don't come near me, I might hurt you. Run away quickly." He wanted to distance himself, but having exhausted his supernatural energy, he was too weak to move. Su Yue looked at Bei Yi, feeling somewhat moved inside. "I won't run. You became like this to save me. I won't leave you alone." She cherished the kindness of others, especially since Bei Yi had saved her. Disregarding his own safety, Su Yu stepped forward, tentatively placing her hand on his head, releasing her healing energy. Bei Yi finally fell unconscious. Su Yu entered his spiritual consciousness. Within the spiritual consciousness, Su Yu saw a young Bei Yi being beaten and cursed by a crowd. Kill him. He and his father both deserve to die. Little Bei Yi silently protected something in his embrace, waiting for the crowd to leave before limping back to the mansion, boiling water to prepare medicine. "Father, it's time for your medicine." Later, Bei Yi's father's condition worsened. Bei Yi knelt. He sought the family head to invite a witch doctor, but didn't see anyone, and was even kicked out by the guards. His father ultimately died in the snowy weather. After he returned, he was scolded again. Su Yue's heart ached unbearably. She rushed over, crouched down, and hugged Bei Yi. "It's alright, everything will be better from now on," she said, channeling all her wood-type ability into his body. After Bei Yi went berserk, his spirit was trapped in Hissy-Outh, his body in pain, unable to save his father. In his moment of despair, Su Yue transformed into a beam of light and appeared. Her warm smile and aura made Bei Yi unable to resist drawing closer. "You are very good, don't listen to their nonsense." Warm light surged in, repairing his spiritual sea. Within the spiritual sea, Bei Yi transformed into his adult form. The 9-tailed red fox spiritual body entwined Su Yue, holding her tightly. His fox eyes carried a bewitching aura. Su Yue felt her whole body go weak and numb, completely unable to withstand it. Bei Yi's fox eye slightly curved. His 9 foxtails tightly wrapped around Su Yue, yet he controlled them carefully. Afraid of hurting her, Su Yu desperately tried to avoid Bai Yi. Wake up, don't you hate him? Look at who I am. Realizing Bai Yi was still in a frenzied state, Su Yi once again channeled Wood-type ability to soothe him. When Bai Yi's eyes regained peace, she hurriedly withdrew from his spiritual sea. Due to excessive consumancy, Su Yi's legs went weak, and she almost fell. At this moment, Bai Yi awoke, and after returning to human form, he immediately embraced her. Wife, be careful. He lowered his head to gaze at Su Yi, his eyes tender and soft. In the past, every time he went berserk, Bai Yi would sink into the snowy, desperate predicament of his youth, and after waking, his body would also be weak for a long time. But this time, Su Yi, like sunlight, dispelled the darkness. In that moment, in his eyes, Su Yi was beautiful. It was thrilling, her appearance was flawless, and the aura around her was warm and fragrant, making his spiritual body involuntarily tightening around her. Sideways cheeks burned as she pushed against Bai's chest, her palm touching his firm abdominal muscles, then quickly pulling back as if scalded. You first, let me go first. At this moment, the space system excitedly announced, host, letting her hug me has upgraded me. The space farmlandis doubled in size, and a pool of spiritual spring water has emerged. Hearing about the spiritual spring water, Su Yu was thrilled. The spiritual spring water not only tempers the body, but also restores supernatural abilities. Checking the space, through her thoughts, Su Yu indeed saw the spiritual spring well, though the water volume was not much. The system then prompted, the more intimate contact the host has with her beast husband, the more spiritual spring water will increase. Bai Yi was originally reluctant to let go, but upon hearing Sideways words, though filled with unwillingness, he slowly released her. There was still a trace of regret in his eyes. Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, how are you feeling? Ready? What's going on with the fire poison inside your body? It's fine. It's all right now, Bai, he said with a laugh. The fire poison was administered by the Zhu family when I was a child. The Zhu family? Su Yi knew Bai Yi came from a beast. The Zhu family of the imperial city is the son of the family head, but follows his father's surname, Bai. Su Yu felt guilty and said, sorry, because of me back then, you were forced to marry over as a beast husband. Suffering. Back then, the previous elf at the Beast Emperor's banquet took a liking to the Zhu family heir, Zhu Hejing, and forced the Zhu family to have Zhu Hejing marry into the family. The Zhu family helplessly agreed, but used the unfavored Bai Yi as a substitute. Bai Yi gently helped Su Yu Tidith hair messed up by the wind. His voice, gentle, it's not your fault. Leaving the Zhu family was a good thing for me. The fire poison was planted very early, precisely to control me. Suddenly, Bai Yi's expression froze. The fire poison has been suppressed, and even partially resolved. He looked at Su Yi in shock. The Xu family had once asserted that this fire poison was a secret medicine of the Zhu family, and no one could cure it. Su Yi said seriously, don't worry, once my special ability strengthens, I can completely help you remove the fire poison. For now, I can only slowly help you suppress it. Only the medicine in the valley can suppress the fire poison. She had a way to make Bai Yi no longer suffer from the torment of the fire poison. Thinking of Bai Yi's silent line during the severe pain of the fire poison daily, Su Yushir was filled with heartache. Bai Yi was inwardly shaken. Unable to help himself, he tightly embraced her again, wishing heckled press her into his very heart. Wife master, thank you. At this moment, 1,000 words all converged into this one phrase of gratitude. His fox eyes, due to excitement, took on a trace of the bizarre. The corners of his eyes flickered lightly. Utterly enchanting, he said in a hoarse voice. Before, when the fire poison flared up, It was never this easy to suppress, and it could even dissipate a little. This is already beyond imagination. These words ignited hope in Bai Yi. He had originally thought he would lose his life to the fire poison. After all, his father's vengeance remained unavenged, and his maternal peasant whereabouts were unknown. He couldn't just die like this. Listening to Bai Yi's trembling voice, Su Yue couldn't help but sigh inwardly that her former self had been truly vicious. To her, several beast husbands, Bai Yi and the others stayed by her side, each for their own bitter reasons. She secretly resolved to cure their bodies and return their freedom. One day, the fire poison will be completely eradicated, Su Yue stated with certainty. As long as the wood element ability levels up, curing the fire poison is not a difficult matter. Noticing that Bai Yi kept holding in without letting go, continuing like this wasn't a solution. Moreover, the space had already leveled up due to this intimate contact. Holding on further wouldn't have much effect. Su Yue softly reminded him, "It's getting late. Eat first, finish gathering herbs in the afternoon, and come home early." She's thinking about going home to grind wheat flour. The tribes. The stone mill comes in handy right now, and using supernatural abilities can speed up the grinding process. Bai is only then reluctantly, "Let go of the land first, it's better to eat something. You've been busy all morning, mistress must be starving," he said. "Wait, my wife, I've hunted 2 pheasants I've hunted 2 pheasants. Siwei's eyes lit up. "Then we were eating pheasant," Tan saw her excited look. Bai's eyes lifted at Theckerner's, revealing a stunning smile. "Okay, I'll like you to get it." He wasn't comfortable leaving Su Yue alone, so he quickly carried her to the place where it was kept. The wild chickens in this place, the Setwo wild chickens, are really big. These wild chickens are much bigger than the chickens raised in the apocalypse base. Half the wild chicken meat is firm and delicious. Su Yue, in the post-apocalyptic world, can't eat wild animals, and still doesn't know the wild. What does chicken taste like? Bai was taken aback for a moment. In the past, his wife had always complained that wild pheasants were too small and not tasty. Siwei's eyelashes trembled slightly. A bit awkward, that was for now. "I think chicken must be delicious." Bai's eyes full of tenderness. "The wife likes it. I'll hunt more pheasants in the future. Su Yue suggests we all eat together. From now on, when you all hunt and bring back game, I'll make delicious food for everyone." Looking at the pheasant, Siwei's stomach started to growl. After looking around, "Sheest, you caught it around here. May there are wild eggs. If they could hatching chicks, then you can eat chicken and eggs anytime you want." Bai heard that Su Yue is interested in wild eggs. "Say it now, look for it." Su Yue suggested we search together, thinking the space system might be able to help. Sure enough, after turning around, the space system excitedly prompted, "Host, walk another 100 meters forward, under the tree. There are wild bird eggs in the grass." Su Yue quickly walked over, and indeed, there were, surprisingly, 15 of them. Siwei's eyes and brows curved into a smile. One Bai asked, "Does the wife want to eat? I'll grill it for you." Su Yue observed carefully and said, "Take it back first. As long as the temperature is suitable, the eggs can hatch into chicks." After saying this, carefully placed the eggs into the empty. Then the two came to Thestream's side. Su Yue prepared to handle the pheasant. "Bai took the initiative to take over from me, period. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." Hugh is skilled in his movements, and after finishing the preparations, he intended to roast the pheasant. Su Yue, however, suggested she took mushrooms, scallions, and ginger from her space, stuffed them into the chicken's belly, and applied the seasoning, wrapped in lotus leaves, then covered with mud by saw. This method for the first emessi we introduced, dig a pit. You can eat it once you start a fire and roast it. Although Bai found it novel, Seeing Saiwei's high spirits, he followed along and roasted it during the process. A rich aroma wafted out. Bei, who was not accustomed to eating lunch, was also enticed by the appetite-whetting roast. Alright, Bei pried open mud, as Suyu had said. The chicken was still very hot. Then Bai cut it open with a small knife. Chicken, placed on a lotus leaf, after using fire-type abilities to regulate the temperature, Handedo Suyu at just the right warmth. You can eat now. Bai looked at Suyu, his eyes full of tenderness. During the meal, he took care of her attentively, looking exactly like someone who takes pleasure in caring for his wife. He has long since cast aside thought of leaving from before. At the back of the head, Suyu took the lotus leaf wrapped chicken, took a bite, and the aroma of the chicken instantly filled his mouth. The wild chicken tasted exceptionally good with the fragrance of lotus leaves, and her eyes and eyebrows are curved. With a brilliant smile, Bai focused on cutting the chicken pieces, making it easier for Suyu to eat. Suyu ate a few bites and said to him, "You eat too, it's fine, I'm not hungry, wife. You eat first." Bei is worried that the chickens aren't enough for her to eat. I was planning to wait until she finished eating, and if it wasn't enough, I'd go hunting again. But Suyu said, "Let it eat together. Can't eat too much. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this moment." Bei saw chicken crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Suyu noticed his gaze. What's wrong with looking up and meeting his captivating fox-like eyes? Is there something on my face? She reached out to touch her face and licked his lips again. This action caused Bei's eyes to darken. His Adam's apple bobbed. Nothing else. Don't move. He leaned in near, reaching out a finger to gently wipe away the crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Saiwei's lips tingled with the numbing sensation, and her heart skipped a beat. A pat Bei's fingertip sensation made her gaze grow increasingly dark, her fingers reluctant to withdraw. Suyu determined. Calming her mind, she thought Hugh was only being nice to her because of the fire poison, so she suppressed the ripples in her heart and urged him. "Dao, you should eat quickly too. 2 meals a day, you won't have the strength to hunt." Bei's expression was complicated as he said in a low voice, "I have strength." Very capable. Su was completely baffled. Only under her insistence did Bai start eating the chicken rice. Later, Bei used a towel dipped in water to carefully help Suyu wipe her fingers. Suyu was not used to Itan said she would go wash by the river. Bei used a clentowel to help her dry off. Then Suyu went Tadig for medicinal herbs. Bei want to help, but she polit a leerfist. "You don't understand, some medicinal herbs are poisonous, I'll do it myself." Bei had no choice but to. As the sky darkened on Theside, the two prepared to go home. Bei transformed into his fox form, wrapping his tail around Suyu, letting her sit on his back and walk for a while. He noticed Suyu was sitting very properly, so he said, "Wife, you can hold me tight, otherwise I'll have to slow down, and we'll be late getting home." Suyu reached out and hugged. He was instantly enveloped in soft fox fur and an intoxicating fragrance. Bei nearly lost this balance. A surge of heat rose, the speeding faster and faster. Upon reaching home, Wenhan saw Suyu tightly holding Bei, and in his heart, a moment of dullness. He quickly stepped forward, naturally, lifting Suyu off Bei's back. The wife master has returned. Suyu felt the coolness emanating from Wenhan's body and immediately found it comfortable, having been previously scorched by Bei's blazing temperature. "The feeling is gone, wife. Are you tired?" Wenhan gently helped her to her hair, his eyes carrying. Suyu came back to her senses, shaking her head and saying, "I'm fine. This little thing won't tire him out." As she spoke, she stepped back. Stepping back, she avoided Wenhan's touch. Seeing her dodge, a flicker of loss passed through Wenhan's eyes, an inexplicable feeling stirring in his heart. "A sour and astringent feeling welled up in my heart," Su Yue didn't want to immerse herself in their tenderness, and tried hard to keep herself rational. I gathered some medicinal herbs, first drying them in the courtyard, then processing them into medicine packs, which can be used to relieve my own ailments, and poison can also help Bei suppress the fire poison. She glanced at the sweet potato starch. Probably won't be able to make noodles tonight. But the starch has aridicitled, Suyu said. Pour out the water on top, leaving the sweet potato starch, just as Wenhan nodded, using his special ability to suck the water out of the vat. According to common sense, sweet potato starch needs to be dried. Suyu thought of Bei's fire-based special ability. He had used it to help dry her hair before. She turned her head to look at Bei. Never expected Bai to be staring at her. Their gazes met. Can't these starches be baked dry? Just like drying in the sun. Bei smiled and agreed. In no time, Bei used his special ability to bake the starch dry, asking, "Wife, is this okay?" Sai reached out and touched it, smiling as she said, "Very good. I'll give it to you tonight." Making sweet potato noodles, she left some to use as bowls, and stored the rest of thetarid noodles. Jiaonan watched. Surrounding Suyu, Wenhan and Bei felt a bit sour inside. That night, Suyu arranged a roe, bonefish ball soup, braised pork, stir-fried cabbage, and sweet potato noodles. Everyone found them especially delicious, especially its sweet potato noodles. The texture is smooth. Never had it before when eating. Wenhan looks at Suyu with heartache. Fingers say, "The wife's cooking is too delicious. From now on just give us the word, and let us do it for you." My palm is all scalded. It must hurt. While stir-frying, Sai Wei's finger was splashed with oil. She thought it was nothing. Wenhan said with the heartish look at Suyu, "This little burn doesn't hurt," and Avarion helped with the cooking. In the apocalypse, getting injured and bleeding is a common occurrence. She has long been numb tooth pain, and a simple bandage will do. Not so sentimental. When Han stared at Suyu, seeing her dazed expression turned calm again. His heart felt as if it were. At that moment of the prick, Sai exuded an aura of loneliness and desolation all around, as if thorns had been raised, isolating everything. Everyone, Bei and Jiaonan also noticed the change in her aura. Her expression became distant and aloof. The family was originally eating happily, but upon noticing Sai Wei's unhappiness, they all fell silent after the meal, and everyone scrambled to clearing the dishes. Suyu went to the courtyard to prepare the herbs. When Hen finished tidying Yupin, immediately came to Sai Wei's side, said, "Wife, if there's anything, I'll do it." Suyu responded, "It's fine. I can manage it myself." When Hen looked, watching her figure, my heart is full of pity. Carefully apologizing, "Sorry, I shouldn't have during the meal." Saying that, "Is the wife angry?" Suyu said, "Not angry." Her response was normal. But Wenhan always felt there was a barrier between them, preventing him from getting close. He could unlizolently accompany her, not knowing what to say. Jiaonan watched for a while and went back into the house. Bei was looking for something Toto in the yard, but there was no work. "Just take a rag and wipe the doorframe." Suyu busied herself for a while and made 4 insect repellent sachets. "These 3 are for you." Placed by the bedside, it can repel insects. Wenhan took the insect repellent sachet, his heart filled with complex emotions since that incident the day before yesterday. Sai Wei's temperament has changed drastically. She has been busy for them these 2 days, and she eats very little. Why is she like this? Suddenly being so nice to everyone. Wenhan couldn't figure out her thoughts. It wasn't like its previous malice and paranoia. At a glance, one could see through Wenhan softly saying, "Thank you, wife." Master Suyu responding, "You're welcome, you all take care. I still hunting adventurously. What I do is nothing much anyway. I have to make insect repellent packs myself. Might as well do it in passing." Do a few more, it's no trouble, Wenhan said, as beast husbands. Taking care of our wife masteress what we should do, Suyu smiled. You are good to me, I also want to be good to you, care is mutual, there is nothing owed. Should not, I only hope you can remember my good. Don't turn around and deal with me. Wenhan's eyes flashed a trace of darkness, understanding her fear of being hurt. He knew that words alone were useless, only actions could reassure her. Trust yourself at night. Suyu lay in bed, unable to sleep, when suddenly she caught a familiar, subtle fragrance. Suddenly opened my eyes, saw the fiery red fox, Bei, by the bedside. Why are you here? Before they avoiding herself, Shaniver expected someone to appear in her room late at night. Bei, with a pair of fox-like eyes, he stared straight at Su Yue. As soon as Su Ye saw him, she instinctively shrank further into the bed, retreating straight to the wall, putting a great distance between him and Bei. His heart inexplicably, his fox-like eyes ting. I've wronged my wife, making her treat me like a ferocious beast. He hasn't even gotten close yet, and in the past, he didn't need to do anything. Suyu took the initiative to get close, but now, he knows she is no longer the person choice to be. Bei's gaze rippled. Hook, voice low and hoarse. I am the wife's beast husband. Worried about the wife, here to keep watch tonight. He lay down, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. My mind is filled with sideways image, and Mibity grows restless along with it. Suyu warily sized up Bei. According to previous life memories, this is too abnormal. Aren't you afraid I might drug you? Before, the predecessor had already given this kind of drug to Jiaonan, originally thinking these words would scare Bei. I didn't expect a flicker of anticipation in his eyes as he slowly leaned closer to his wife, saying, no need for medicine. I have long belonged to you, my wife. Suyu widened her eyes in shock, hurriedly grabbing the animal hide to wrap around herself. I'm not feeling well. It's not okay, North. Knight looked at her blushing appearance, though somewhat disappointed, yet found it amusing how pure-hearted the current wife was. Don't be afraid, wife. Without your permission, I won't do anything. I'm afraid there might be mutated beasts, so I'll stay here and guard. Can you sleep peacefully? Suyu saw his serious expression, thinking he might be teasing her, or perhaps for the sake of it's been hard on you to clear up the confusion. She lay down at ease, and soon fell asleep. Bei listened to her breathing, with nothing. Nai sighed, truly at ease, falling asleep so quickly. The moonlight spilled over Sayu, outlining a perfect on the side of the beautiful face. Bei, as if guided by ghosts and gods, extended a foxtail, gently wrapping around her. Suddenly, the atmosphere inside the room. It's cold. Bei quickly sets up a barrier, then attacks, confronting Wenhan. You come here. What are you doing? Wenhan stared at sleeping Suyu, lowering his voice to question. Should be asking you. Why are you running around in the middle of the night? What are you doing here? Usually gentle and refined like jade, Wenhan is now exuding a killing aura all over, looking completely the posture of wanting to take action. By raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, I am a beast husband, naturally here to accompany my wife master according to the rules. Today, the wife should be with me. Wenhan's gaze darkened. What are you trying to do? Bei said with a smile, wanting to give myself to my wife, but unfortunately my wife resists very much. Wenhan frowned. Today in the mountain forest happened. What did you force her to do? Thinking that Bei might have done something bad to Suyu, he a sharp pain in the chest. Bei snorted coldly. She is my wife. My affairs with her are none of your business to report. Wenhan said coldly. Don't wake the wife master. Come out. Bei looked at Sai reluctantly and followed. Went out. Wenhan moved his fingers slightly. Countless bamboo thorns aimed at Bei. If you don't love her, don't provoke her. and do not harm her. He worries that Bei might use seductive arts against Suyu. During the meal, Saiwei's eyes are filled with sorrow. When delivering the deworming medicine package, she hesitated to speak, knowing that he didn't trust them. He absolutely will not allow anyone to harm. She went and stared at Bei, her entire body radiating an unassailable aura. Bei seemed to be struck by Wenhen's words. It's lit. His whole body seems to burst into flames. His fox-like eyes slant upward. The pupils ting with the faint, angry red. Wenhen, what nonsense are you talking? How could I harm my wife? As he spoke, flames hovered in his hand, ready to fight with Wenhen at any moment, but he thought he mustn't wake up his wife. She weighs Hoxted today and needs a good rest. Although a barrier boundary was set up, the commotion was too great, and it still wasn't safe. Wenhen was in Saiwei's room. Another barrier has been laid around, ensuring she can sleep peacefully. So what do you intend to do while she's asleep? North. Yi Lion blushed and explained, I just wanted to hug her, no other thoughts. Bei reacted and questioned, Tao, Wenhen, you're not right. Before, no matter what we did to our wife, you never reacted this strongly. Aren't you disgusted with her too? Wenhen's expression turned serious. He was different no. Wenhen sized up Bei. The fire poison aura on Yuhis weakened a lot. The wife master has been organizing your spiritual sea for you. Bei knows. Wenhen is shrewd, with a mysterious background. He used to keep a low profile, but now, high showing his edge. He nodded. Admit it. I find it incredible that my wife can suppress my fire, poison and even remove a part of it. She is so good. How could I hurt her? Wenhen, the wife is not yours alone. I will protect her too. She had seen Su Yu's appearance in the spiritual sea, confirming that she was not the same person as before, but he didn't intend to bring Thismeter up. Wenhen heard these words, withdrew his special ability, and Thetwo of them didn't come to blows. Bei, examining Wenhen, do you still know something? Wenhen was brought to the Beast Emperor city by Saiwei's father. What became of her beast husband Su Fu's instructions? No one knows. His origins also remain a mystery. Wenhen did not answer, but said, Merlin and Shenfeng have not returned. They hold the secret to restraining the beast husband contract, and the people from the Beast Emperor city might pose a threat to the wife master. We must be prepared. Bei's expression was grave. Today, 3 assassins came to the mountain forest to kill the wife master. They are Zhang Mokyuan's people. Wenhen's gaze turned icy. Kill. Yi Dun appeared by the Zhang Moreover. Bei sneered and said, he is the heir of the Zhang family, a celebrity in the Beast Emperor city. Back then, the wife did many crazy things for him. Never expected he would actually send assassins to kill the wife. Truly heartless. Fierce Bei laughed again. That's Finetu. The wife master has nothing to do with him anymore. He remembered the day before yesterday when he made the wife master writing the divorce letter. When the wife agreed to bring up the beloved from the Beast Emperor city, the wife also seemed indifferent. Wenhen said, it's no surprise that he has assassins on the exile road and hides in the Beast Emperor city. Can't come over here. Those killers aren't hard to deal with. Bei sensed there was more to his words. You're worried about Mylin and Shen Feng. These 2 men are still nominally the beast husbands of the wife, having followed her to the tribe. They must be nearby. If they take action, it will be troublesome. Zhao An was inside the house, meditating and cultivating. Originally, he could have shut off his senses, but unable to resist listening to the commotion outside. After hearing it, he sighed, unable to concentrate his mind. The sea is full of Saiwei's figure. I remember she once said, you are good to me, and as a wife, I also want to be good too. You take good care of each other. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Zhao and Han had never heard such words before. They have always believed that the beast husbands held take care of the wife, master, and the wife. Master only needs to enjoy, even to the extent that some female beasts stay far away from the kitchen. The chef's statement suggests that Suyu is willing to enter the kitchen. The delicious food she makes is something I've never tasted before. Her while cooking. He's like a completely different person from before. I wonder if he's up to some tricks again. Zhao Nan closed his eyes and sighed, then ate. After she made the delicious food, her heart became unsettled. Unable to focus on cultivation, Suyu knew nothing about this. Slept very well. The next morning, Zhao Nan was waiting at the door, attending to her washing up. Suyu had no choice. After calling Wenhen and Bai over, I can pour water and wash up by myself. You don't need to look after me like this. Looking at Zhao Nan's slightly pale face, I habitually lowered my head and said, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking good care of my wife. Please forgive me. The main punishment in the past. If Su was dissatisfied, she would torment them. Suyu gazed at Zhao, who apprehensible and aloof, detached from worldly dust. Nan, having been tormented by his former self to the point of losing his temper, sighed inwardly and hurriedly explained, it's not like that, no need. Apology, I won't punish you, I'm just not used to it. You all should go about your business as usual, being watched by others. Washing up, truly uncomfortable. Yuan woke up, just opened his eyes, and saw three stunningly beautiful beast husbands kneeling before her bed. I'm sorry. It's our fault for not taking good care of our wife, master. Please punish us, wife master. Suyu, hurry up. No need to apologize for the explanation, just not used to it. You all should go about your busyness. Zhao Jahan and the other two. Feeling a bit at a loss, Suyu didn't let them do anything, which instead made them feel Instead, it made them feel very useless. After breakfast, Bai and Wenhen were responsible for going hunting, while Zhaonan stayed at home. Taking care of Su Yue, Bai looked at Su Yue and instructed, wife, if you going to the mountains and forests, be sure to stay safe. He actually really wants to stay by her side, but can only follow the arrangements. Suyu shakes. First course, I'm not going to the mountains and forests today. There's still a lot to do at home. I'll stay in the tribe and listen. This remark, Wenhen and Bai both breathed a sigh of relief. In the tribe, she will at least be safer. Right. Bai, I prepared medicine to suppress the fire. Poison. Drink it after it's brewed, then go hunting. Suyu said. Bai's eyes lit up, his fox-like eyes full of delight. Wife, you're so good to me. I didn't expect Suyu to find the medicine to suppress the fire poison so quickly. Suyu smiled. The road of exile. You all do your best to protect me. It's only right that I treat you well. You Ariel in good health. These three. This month can also better protect me. Bai heard this, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. If Suyu has always been like this, 3 months later, he simply doesn't want to leave. Zhao Jahanan starts tidying up the house, boiling water and chopping firewood. He was constantly busy. Although he had an air of noble elegance, he handled tasks with meticulousness and efficiency in every move. All elegant as if creating some piece of art. Bai, while controlling the fire to brew the medicine, couldn't help but glance over. Suyu is using straw to build a nest for the eggs, making it warmer so that the flower spirit chicks can hatch. In the dead of night, my heart inexplicably grew somewhat flustered, and I whispered, wife, the insect repellent sachet you gave us last night. Truly, it works really well to hang the insect repellent sachet by the bed. There were no mosquitoes in the room all night. Suyu smiled. That's good. Bai continued. Previously, some people from the tribe bought insect repellent when trading in the city. None of them work for the mutual market. Siwei's eyes lit up at the word. What is that? Bei explained. The city closest to our tribe is Bayan City, which holds a mutual market once a month. Many people from Narbi tribes would bring goods to trade, some purchasing with gold coins, some using items to exchange. Siwei seemed thoughtful. Then, how many gold coins for a pack of insect repellent medicine at the mutual market? 100 bronze gold coins, Bei, replied Suyu. Exclaimed in surprise. So expensive? Bei nodded. Medicine? The price of medicinal ingredients is relatively expensive, and for beastmen who have suffered severe injuries, buying medicinal ingredients or seeking treatment at a clinic is even more expensive. A small box of hemostacticdicine costs 500 bronze coins. Suyu, upon hearing this, had an idea in mind. Make some insect repellent packs and hemostatic packs too. Sell to the nurse, earn some gold coins, so she can buy more. When was the last time there were many things? Suyu asked. And there are still half a month until Bei returns. Suyu thought to herself, she could prepare a lot of things in these 2 weeks. She also asked some. Regarding the questions about nurses, Bei answered each. 1. Suyu plans to sell deworming medicine packs, an anti-blood medicine pack. After earning gold coins, find the blacksmith to craft some things, such as an oven, frying pan, iron pot, etc. You can also use kern meal to make some food to sell. Jahan watched the two Chitingan laughing happily, his heart. A strange feeling welled up inside her, but when she thought of what Suyu had done before, she still couldn't easily trusting her. Baya poured out the brewed medicine. Then she went to deal with dregs and clean the pot. Then with a calm expression, she drank the medicine in one go. Suyu looked at her numb appearance, feeling in his heart. She must have suffered a lot before. She knows how bitter this medicine is, yet she didn't even frown. Suyu took a few rock candies from the space and placed them in Bai's palm. This is sugar. Holding it in the mouth can remove the medicine taste. Bei hadn't seen this kind of candy before, and without much thought, put it in the mouth. A stream of an indescribable sweetness spread, seeping straight into the heart. So sweet. Bei's heart gave a sudden tremor, growing this so big, tormented by fire poison. No one ever cared if her medicine was bitter, and no one gave her candy to eat. The fox-like eyes, rarely serious, were veiled with a mist, behind which lay a shimmering tenderness. The wife master is really so good. Suyu met her gaze, thinking she probably wouldn't moved by such words, right? 3 months later, when she regains her freedom, she probably won't take action against herself. Bai looked at the unruly and defiant. In reality, having never experienced warmth since childhood, Suyu felt that making peace with her and offering more warmth was the way to go. Should be useful. Bei naturally had no idea what was on her mind. At that moment, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, a delicate and alluring charm shimmering. In a low and hoarse voice said, "Mistress, can it always be like this from now on?" Suyu didn't know how to answer for a moment. Haven't thought it through yet. A pain in the palm. It was Bei gripping her hand, eyes panicked. Wife, you will always be here, right? Suyu quickly nodded with a smile. Don't worry, won't go back to how it was before. I straight away like this. Baiyu is finally at ease, looking at his wife's smile. His heart felt sweet and honeyed, also sharing in it. Not sure if it was the sweetness of the sugar or some other reason, but for the first time, she felt that drinking medicine isn't so bitter and didn't resist it anymore. After drinking the medicine, Bei was reluctant to leave. She needed to go hunting to gather food and firewood for the winter. Must not let the wife starve or suffer from the cold. After Bei left, Suyu took the wheat that had been stored in the space yesterday. Take it out and peel the wheat grains. In the beast world continent, the wheat grains are 2 to 3 times larger than in the apocalypse, so you can peel her directly peeling for a while, then glancing at Zhao Jahan, wanting to ask for his help, yet fearing to anger him and be pierced through by his blade. Zhao Nan split the firewood had chopped yesterday and stacked it neatly. Sensing Siwei's gaze, he turned head looking over. "Dost wife have something?" Zhao Jahan added, "I have already cupped and stacked the firewood. I don't know what else needs to be done, please instruct." "Wife master." Suyu looked at the serious expression like it's a bit of a stretch, so she pursed her lips and said, "These wheat grains need to be husked, then sun-dried, and then they can make food." "All right, I'll make these." Suyu forced out a kind smile, "Then I'll trouble you." She instinctively kept her distance and restraint when facing Zhao Jahan, who was manipulating his supernatural ability. The wheat grains were very quickly threshed, all fallen into the wooden bucket beside. Suyu was astonished. Psychic abilities could be used like this. Comparable to using my own hands, it's much faster. "Thank you." Zhao Jahan's expression shifted, giving her a meaningful glance. Before he never said thank you. "This is what I should do." "No need to say thank you." Suyu in the yard aside. "Pour the wheat grains out to sun. The weather is sunny and bright. If sunned for a noon, then in the afternoon they can be taken for grinding. The mill produces flour, and in the evening, we can make noodles to eat." Siwei's eyes are filled with anticipation. At this very moment, a clear, cold voice suddenly came from the doorway, as chilling and remote as snow falling in an empty valley. Suyu looked up towards the door and saw a stunningly elegant figure in black standing at the entrance. The man, beautiful to an unreal extent, like a rose blooming in the dark night. Sai recognized him at a glance. It was Mai Kinkin, one of her 5 beast husbands. His true form is the Netherworld Black Panther, and his beast identity belongs to a noble aristocratic family. The next heir of the Mai family, in his previous life, caught a fleeting glimpse of Mai Kinkin at the Imperial Palace's birthday banquet. He simply kept thinking that had no idea what means her father had used to actually make the Mai family agree to marry Mai Kinkin off. "Come here." Unconstrained is formidable, exuding an intimidating aura all around. Every time the former body wanted to get close, the body will feel unwell. To this day, I haven't even touched his sleeve. Mai Kinkin Siwei's gaze, trembling, her voice involuntarily quivering. Mai Kinkin's gaze towards her was filled with utter disgust. Then it turned into an indifferent thought. "You have to be careful. All the space system suddenly spoke up. The predecessor has always been unable to." Upon seeing this beast of Amen, he was filled with rage and threw his extremely impotent lift-bound sword into the death cliff. "He's definitely back this time to settle the score with you." Siwei's face suddenly changed. The lifebound's word has been with him since childhood. The magical artifact, accompanied by its master, she hastily attempted to absorb the surrounding wood elemental energy to enhance your strength, only to find it utterly ineffective. "No progress is not right, system. The vegetation here is lush. The natural atmosphere is thick. Why is my wood ability is not even at level on almost no growth?" System explains. Host, Beast World Continent. The rules of heaven made it for your ability is very unique. Leveling up might not be easy. Perhaps you have to. Through intimacy with the beast husband, one can improve at this time. Mai Kinkin's rose-like lips curled slightly, cold. In the midst of stunning beauty, danger lurks, hidden. With a mocking tone, she said, "So my wife still remembers him." After saying this, she took out a sword. That sword is enveloped in black energy all around. Its blade, broken and decayed. "Surely, wife master, you must be no stranger to this sword." Mai Kinkin's gaze was sharp as a blade. Su Yie looked at this sword. His pupils abruptly constrict. In his memory, it once so sharp and formidable at Onsuis. Now it lies as if mortally Wounded and dying, I really reticetto, a useless sword. Oh, heavens. Host, what a fine sword. To be reticetto, such a state. The spatial system exclaims. A life-bound sword shares a spiritual connection with its master. My Kinkin must be absolutely furious. Right now, host, you better hide for a while. Sideways expression, Einkin's phoenix eyes tinged with a bloodthirsty dark hue. It seems wife master remembers everything. Then we should properly settle our old scores. He looked as if Hugh is about to take action. Immediately, Su Yia wanted to hide in the space, but found she couldn't enter the system and said helplessly, Host, my Kinkin has sealed off this area, but don't worry. The beast husband and the wife master are bound by a contract. He can't kill you, but he is my Kinkin. The shark-beaked bird beast that killed me before said. They have a way to counter the contract. Su Yia was burning with anxiety. Just then, Ji Han suddenly blocked in front of Su Yia. My Kinkin, calm down a bit. She is our wife. Master Su Yia's expression shook. Almost forgot Ji Han is here. Didn't expect him to protect her. Perhaps he's just afraid that if she dies, it will implicate him. Su Yia comforted herself in secret. My Kinkin's hand movements paused. Looked at Ji Han with a strange gaze. Just a title in name only, I don't acknowledge it. She is my wife, master. Ji Han, do you really intend to stop me? Ji Han did not yield an inch, causing ice-based supernatural ability to surge around him, forming an ice blade in front, aimed at my Kinkin. My Kinkin, if you want to harm her, you'll have to kill me first. My Kinkin and Zhao Ji Han have no conflict. On the path of exile, we once fought side by shoulder. At this moment, the dark vortex in my Kinkin's eyes grouse increasingly intense. Ji Han, don't forget what he did to us before. Su Yia looked at two people in a standoff and hurriedly said, My Kinkin, calm down, as long as you don't try to kill me. I can break off the relationship with you. My Kinkin's gaze was like a sword. He snorted coldly. You've said that before too. Words like these. Do you think I'd believe you again? Miss Su. Upon hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. Her previous self, on the exile journey, in order to deceive and coax 5 beast husbands into protecting herself, had indeed promised to dissolve the relationship up and reaching the tribe. At first, she acted very well, fooling them, making them trust her. But when they let their guard down, she did many unforgivable things. She wished she could cover her face and find a hole to crawl into. Su Yia recalled the actions of her previous self, filled with helplessness. That former self had also said similar things, but broke her promise. Upon reaching the exiled tribe, not only did she go back on her word and refuse to set them free, she even intensified her abuse of the 5 beast husbands, trying to force them to become true partners. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. No wonder my Kinkin didn't trust her. At this moment, Thechel in her phoenix eyes was bone-piercing, her resentant fully revealed. If not for considering Ji Han, she would have likely already taken action. Ji Han resolutely blocked in front of Su Yia. My Kinkin, no matter what, I won't let you harm my wife, master. Despite my Kinkin's formidable strength, Ji Han did not flinch. I see cold energy surging around him. Su Yia hurriedly spoke. My Kinkin, this time what I'm saying is different from before. Killing me won't do you any good. Before she could finish, a fierce sword energy shot toward her. Obviously my Kinkin had no intention of listening to her explanation, nor did he believe any of her promises. Ji Han swiftly blocked the strike with an ice blade. A clang rang out. A powerful force collided. The air shook. Dust flew as Ji Han's ice-type ability spread, attempting to freeze my Kinkin's sword. While my Kinkin channeled his power, his sword techniques flowed continuously, fast as afterimages. Su Yia couldn't even see their moves clearly. She couldn't help but marvel. Both were so strong, and she never expected Ji-han would protect her like this. The spatial system praised. Host, they are both so powerful. As long as you obtain them, your strength can increase rapidly. Su Yi's mouth twitched. In this situation, what can I do? Maybe before I even make a move. They'll kill me, the system suggested. Host, you can win them over. You're so outstanding. You're sure to move them? Su Yi sighed helplessly. You must have a filter for me, right? System, think of something fast. I need to stop them from fighting further. The system checked for a moment and said, Host, my Kinken's sword has been tainted by dark energy. Your ability can heal him. You can fix his sword. Then he won't kill you. Su Yi hurriedly shouted, My Kinken, I can repair this sword. If I can't fix it, then kill me later. Me tryin'. Aiken paused his attack, looking at her with suspicion in his eyes. A shadow lurking between his brows, a strange curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, Can you repair this sword? Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, let me try. If I can't do it, you can kill me then. Mai Kinken didn't believe Su Yi at all. In Beast Emperor City, she was just a useless good for nothing. With no spiritual power, how could she possibly repair such a treasure? But this life-bound sword held great significance to him. He retrieved it from the Valley of Death after narrowly escaping death, and tried countless methods to no avail. Ji-han also looked at Miss Su. Seeing her confident and serious, he said, Mai Kinken, let the wife master give it a try. Mai Kinken sneered. Ji-han, hasn't been that long since we last met, and you're already protecting her. Su Yi, you really have your ways. Mai Kinken looked at the broken sword. His phoenix eyes filled with deep pain, gritting his teeth, he said, Fine. Let you try. I want to see what trick you're playing. Mai Kinken stood firmly in front of Su Yi, but his expression was wary, afraid that Su Yi might touch him, maintaining a safe distance, and placed the sword in front of her. You try. Su Yi actually really wanted to stay far away from Mai Kinken. Mai Kinken's phoenix eyes were as deep, cold, and captivating as sharp blades. The imposing aura from his gaze made her uncomfortable, and her body trembled involuntarily. Ji-han keenly sensed her discomfort, reaching out to block, shielding her from Mai Kinken's aura. Su Yi only then felt better, gathered courage to negotiate terms. If I can repair the sword, you can lay a hand on me again. And I promise to give you freedom in 3 months. Let you leave. Mai Kinken stared at her, showing confusion. Expression, with deep eyes, said, If you don't cultivate well, I will kill you. Ji-han lowered her head and softly comforted, Don't. Afraid? Nothing will happen. Hearing this, Su Yi felt a sense of security in her heart. She looked up at Ji-han, feeling that her previous prejudice against him was wrong. He was very reliable in critical moments. At this moment, Ji-han's eyes were clear and gentle, with sunlight shining on him, making him appear even more handsome and graceful. She said gratefully, Ji-han, thank you. I will survive and cook something delicious for you tonight. Mai Kinken lazily let out a laugh. Thiessen is rising from the west. In order to save her life, she really knows how to pretend. The old Su Yi's tricks were endless. She seemed to have changed for the better, but in reality she was holding back some bad move. But thinking of Su Yi's father's ability, along with the hidden rumors about the Su family, his gaze darkened as he said, Okay, I promise you. I hope you can match your words with actions. This time, Mai Kinken didn't hold much hope. If Su Yi failed to do it, he would have a reason to take action. Seeing Mai Kinken agree, Su Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Although Mai Kinken's temperament was unpredictable, his word was his bond. She steadied herself, no longer looking at Mai Kinken, and focused on Thesward. As she approached the sword, she seemed to feel it wailing and weeping in sorrow, and a feeling of oppression and heaviness weighed on her chest. She reached out, releasing her wood-type ability to repair the sword body. Green light enveloped the black aura, and the black aura gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Einken's originally lazy expression turned grave. He couldn't believe that a useless, good-for-nothing, without any soothing spiritual power, how could she possibly repair a lifebound's word severely contaminated by dark aura? Su Yi concentrated fully, channeling her wood-type ability into the sword. Her spirit seemed to enter the sword spirit's mental sea. It was a place shrouded in black mist. As the wood-type ability surged in, the black mist parted. Green sprouts emerged from the blackened land, and flowers, grass, and trees gradually grew. She also saw the slender figure of a man from behind. Just as the man was about to turn around, her wood-tippy ability was exhausted. She spat out a mouthful of blood, swaying as if about to fall. Ji-han immediately held her wife master. He looked at Su Yi's pale face and sweaty forehead, took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe it, and said anxiously, "I'll take you to see the witch doctor." Su Yi said weakly, "I'm fine, just exhausted my ability. Resting a bit will be enough." My Kinkin looked deeply at Su Yi with a complicated expression. "Hesitate. Don't let her move around randomly. I'll go bring the witch doctor." Having said that, he left with his sword, disappeared like the wind, soon returned with the witch doctor. The witch doctor, after examining, said, "Overconsumption font strength, acute fire attacking the heart, insufficient qi and blood, and there is still poison in your body. This poison can make people irritable and short-tempered. This half of your face is because of poisoning." Hearing she had poison in her body, Zhao Ji-han and my Kinkin's faces both changed. The witch doctor continued, "I can only prescribe some medicine to replenish qi and blood. This poison cannot be cured." Su Yi said calmly, "Thank you, Valley Witch Doctor. I know. No need to prescribe medicine, I just need to rest." After the witch doctor left, Jihan said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't know the wife master was poisoned." In the Beast Emperor City, the royal family's appointed witch doctor examined her and said there was no problem with her body. They thought she face is disfigured, didn't expect it was poisoning. Su Yi touched half of his face. "It's fine. You don't need to blame yourself for this poison. The herbs picked yesterday can prepared into an antidote. Detoxifying is nothing to her. She has wood element abilities. Even using just medicinal herbs, she can detoxify." Ji Han asked. "The royal family's appointed witch doctors didn't detect anything. Why?" Su Yi thought of her predecessors Mosmi and smiled faintly. "Probably because achievements overshadow the ruler. The royal family fears the Su family's power. If I die, everything of the Su family will go to the royal family." Ji Han was startled. "So she's this clever and understands everything." He paused and said, "That poison makes people irritable and impulsive. Could it be that everything me wife did before was due to poisoning?" The woman simply wrapped a few dumplings casually, which actually shocked several albeit husbands, leaving them all amazed. Sigh, how could there be such delicious things in the world? Picking up from last time, Su Yi could have pushed all the problems onto that. Poisoning her former husband was really too much. She couldn't do this with a clear conscience. Even while being held by Ji-han, it still counted as intimate contact. Muzai's special ability recovered a bit, and in the space, there was an additional box, though no one knew what it contained. Su Yi tucked Ji-han's hair back behind his ear. "Not entirely. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. For the next 3 months, I will treat you all well." Ji-han looked at her, saw the clarity in her gaze, no longer doubted, and decided to trust her. This time, saying softly, "I will protect my wife well." Hearing Su Yi's words, My Kinkin sexperson changed drastically. She could actually say suck things? The former her never took anything seriously, much less apologized. Su Yia knew my Kinkin. Don't believe it. Opened his mouth and said, my Kinkin, the sword is only half repaired. Wait until my special ability recovers a bit more, and I'll help you repair it. My Kinkin looked at her pale and weak appearance, and said in a low voice, even so, the sword has gained vitality. I mean what I say, and will not take action against you again. Su Yia breathed a sigh of relief, revealing a faint smile. Regardless, it was my fault for throwing your sword into the valley of death before. I apologize to you, my Kinkin. Listen to the apology. Either relaxed smile, and increasingly felt something was strange. Su Yia didn't care what my Kinkin thought, as long as she didn't take action. She looked at Jihan. I'll go and attend to your tasks first. I'll sleep for a while. Jihan responded softly, hey, you sleep. I'll keep watch by your side. Su Yia lay down and closed her eyes, but in reality, she first entered the space to look at that box. What is this? Host, this is what you and Jihan pass. Holding the obtained space. Reward. Open it and take a look. Su Yia upon hearing it was a reward, she perked up. Listening to the space system's cheerful tone, she knew it was something good. Opening the box, inside was a pitch black object shimmering with a faint light, resembling an iron lump. The space system explained, this is profound spirit. Iron, capable of forging magical artifacts, a supreme treasure in the world. My Kinkin. That life-bound sword is shattered in several places. You used Mushi's special ability only to make the sword more agile. To restore it to its original state requires profound spirit iron. With it, my Kinkin wouldn't dare to do anything to you even more. Su Yia understood. This profound spirit iron came really timely. Thank you, system. The space system said seriously, host. Rest assured, with me here I'll ensure your safety. Although it's temporarily impossible to upgrade, by having intimate contact with your beast husbands, I can help you gain more benefits. Su Yia smiled. If it weren't for the system having no physical form, she would have wanted to hug it. This system has been protecting her ever since it appeared in her childhood in her previous life. However, host, don't give the profound spirit iron to my Kinkin all at once. This thing is too precious. Taking it out will cause a sensation. Su Yuan added, I know. After some time, I'll talk about it. First, let's see if he really won't make a move anymore. If he dares to touch me, I won't give him this profound spirit iron. After chatting with the system, Su Yie went to sleep. Mid-afternoon, Su Yie woke up. Mushi's special ability had recovered by half, reaching half a level. Her body also had strength. Opening the door, she saw Jihan guarding the entrance. Wife, master, are you feeling better? Su Yie nodded. Much better, have strength now. Speaking, he looked around the courtyard. Jihan seemed to guess her thoughts and said, my Kinkin has left. Su Yie heard this, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's gone. My Kinkin's oppressive aura was unbearable. She glanced at the wheat drying in the yard. It was still a bit damp, perfect for taking to the mill to grind into flour. Gather the wheat, I'll take it to grind into flour. Jihan hurriedly said, wife, your health isn't good. I'll do it. As he spoke, he used his ability to gather all the wheat into the animal skin bag incredibly fast. Su Yie stepped forward, focused her mind, stored the wheat in her space, then took out a clean animal skin bag, looked at Jihan and asked, can you accompany me to the mill? After the incident with my Kinkin, she trusted Jihan, feeling a sense of security with him by her side. Jihan said, wife, you don't need to say that. Protecting you is my duty. Zhao Nan, Bei Yi, and I will take turns watching over you, Su Yie said seriously. Still have to thank you for making delicious food for you all in the evening. You definitely haven't had manna delicacies that can be made with flour. And no one in the beast world continent knows about flour. This thing, Ji-han, thinking about the delicious food she makes, feels anticipation in her heart. A rare hint of gentleness flickers in her cool eyes. You've worked hard. Wife Suyu waves her hand. It's not hard. I enjoy making delicious food when ingredients are abundant. Process is also enjoyable. Arriving at the mill, it's tidied up very cleanly. Su Yue walks up to a stone mill, originally thinking she needs to clean it, but the stone mill is clean and can be used directly. She takes out wheat from her space, uses a spoon to scoop it, and pours it into the opening on top of the stone mill, starts turning the mill handle. Ji-han sees her working hard, quickly steps forward and says, "Wife, I'll do it." Su Yue don't refuse, moves aside. "Okay. You do it." So Ji-han turns the stone mill. Su Yue pours wheat grains inside, uses a beast skin bag to catch finely ground flour at the outlet. Su Yue puts the flour into her space on the way back. Passing by the previous road, she sees Bei anxiously asking around. "Sister Lin, sorry to bother. Have you seen my wife?" Su Yue is startled, quickly steps forward and calls out, "Bei, I'm here." Hearing the voice, Bei can no longer hold back, rushes over and hugs Su Yue tightly. "Wife, you scared me to death." Holding Su Yue, his hanging heart finally settles. Heaven knows how worried he was when he returned and saw the signs of fighting in the yard, and his wife was missing. How anxious he was, fearing something had happened to her. After all, there are too many people who want to harm her. At this moment, Bei realized he didn't want anything to happen to her. Bei held onto Suyu desperately, disregarding everything else, shocking the entire tribe. My goodness, isn't Suyu's beast husband supposed to dislike her and not let her touch him? How come he's so nervous about her, and even holding her so tightly? He clearly cares a lot about Suyu. Hearing these words, Suyu felt a bit embarrassed and gently pushed Bei. People are watching, but Bei didn't let go. His fox-like eyes shifted, glancing around, and he whispered, "If my wife feels this is inconvenient, let's go home first." As soon as they arrived home, Bei stared at the battle traces in the courtyard, looked at Ji-han, his fox-like eyes flashing coldly, and asked, "What happened here earlier?" Ji-han said flatly, "Right. I came back." Just this one sentence, and Bai's expression changed drastically. His eyes filled with a chilling air as he pressed further. "Did he do anything to my wife?" He remembered what Zhao Nan said last night, that they were most worried about my Kinkin and Shen Qian. If these two found a way to break the contract and intended to harm their wife, it would be troublesome. Before Ji-han could explain, Bei ran to Su Yue again, laying her up and down, left and right, examining her carefully. After confirming she wasn't injured, did his expression soften slightly? Youth still wasn't at ease. "Wife, are you hurt? Are you uncomfortably?" Su Yue shook her head. "I'm fine," Bei said seriously. "Wife, don't be afraid. The sword marks on the courtyard wall, I saw them. They were made by my Kinkin's sword. What exactly did he do to you?" At this moment, he had the intention to kill my Kinkin. Su Yue simply explained, "I made a deal with my Kinkin. I helped him repair replica life sword. He no longer said to me how to finish. And then comfort Bei. Realinothing. Time is not early, I go do." The courtyard wall had some damaged spots that needed patching. Bei immediatized, "I'll fix it." So Ji-han and Bei repaired the wall together. Su Yue prepared to make dumplings. She first chopped the meat and cabbage, took seasonings from her space to mix the filling, added oil, scallions, and ginger. Adding scallions and ginger while wrapping dumplings makes them more flavorful. Then she kneaded the dough and once it was ready, she started wrapping the dumplings. Su Yie was very deft with her hands, wrapping them swiftly. Plump dumplings soon filled the tray. Ji Han and Bei finished repairing the courtyard wall, leveled the ground in the yard, and entered the kitchen to help. Seeing the dumplings Su Yie had wrapped, they were both stunned. They had never seen such food or this method of preparation. Ji Han recalled the wheat flour ground that afternoon and had a guess in his heart, but he was still shocked. So this was wheat flour. After Bei's surprise, she stepped forward and asked, "Wife, what kind of food is this?" Su Yie explained, "This is called dumplings. The wrapper is made from wheat flour kneaded into dough, and the filling is made from cabbage, pork, scallions, and ginger, all seasoned well. Wait until they're cooked, and you can taste them." Bei listened to Su Yie's explanation while looking at her, feeling at this moment that she was radiating a bright, gentle aura, pure, soft, and beautiful. Makangon reluctant to disturb her. Bei and Ji Han wanted to help but couldn't find a way to intervene. Su Yie said, "You don't know how to wrap them or roll out the wrappers. I can handle it myself." Bai said softly, "I hunted 3 wild boars today. They're in the yard. Should we process them?" She knew her wife loved wild boar meat, so today she specifically searched for wild boars in the mountains and forests. Luckily, she hunted 3 large ones. Su Yue's lit up. "Where are they?" Bei saw her bright eyes and knew she had done the right thing. "In the corner of the yard." Shek knew her wife loved cleanliness, so she piled the wild boars in the corner, waiting for her to return and decide how to handle them. Su Yie put down the dumpling in her hand and went to the yard corner, where she saw 3 large wild boars, each estimated to weigh over 400 pounds. She found it a bit strange, remembering how difficult hunting used to be for them, returning empty-handed after a whole day out. At that moment, the space system said, "Host, in the past, they were lazy when they went hunting, so they often returned empty-handed. Occasionally, they would catch a beast, just enough to ensure the previous host didn't starve." Su Yie understood it wasn't that they couldn't hunt beasts, but that they didn't want to get food for the previous host. Su Yie say, "There's so much wild boar meat, we can't finish it all. Part of it will be rendered for oil, part of it will be smoked into cured meat. Once smoked, it can be stored for a long time. Blood stains can also be eaten, and it can also be used to make meatballs, steamed pork, braised pork." Su Yie told Bei and Ji Han how to, and they started working on it. That's when Su Yie realized Jiaonan still hadn't returned. It was almost dark. The sun was about to set. She said worriedly, "Why hasn't Jiaonan come back yet? Nothing bad happened, right?" Although she knew Jiaonan was strong, but the mountain sand forests didn't just have wild beasts. There were also many mutated beasts. Bei heard this. His heart felt a bit sour. The wife is just so concerned about Jiaonan. Miss Su said, "I don't want anything to happen to any of you." Bei thought of Xiaonan's mysterious abilities and origins, and said, "With his skills, nothing will happen." But seeing Su Yie frowning, he helplessly said, "If the wife is really worried, I'll go look for him." Just as he was saying this, Xiaonan returned. He used his wind-based ability to carry 2 beasts and landed in the courtyard. Jiaonan still had that gentle, refined appearance, but Su Yie smelled on him a strong scent of blood. It seemed he had experienced Sedan's combat before. Su Yie had wood-based abilities and was particularly sensitive to smells. She walked up and asked softly and with concern, "Jiaonan, are you hurt?" To Su Yie, Jiaonan held special significance. He was probably the first person after her transmigration to treat her gently and protect, not disliking her like others did. Jiaonan's eyes held a sense of aloof indifference, as if nothing could stir his emotions, but as soon as he saw Su Yie, his aura instantly softened, his eyes God became affectionate and Heze gently, "It's fine," ran into a few mutated beasts, came back a bit late. He didn't mention the specific details, afraid of scaring Suyu. Suyu met his gentle gaze and said, "Then you should go rest quickly. I made dumplings for dinner." Zhaonan looked at her, sweet and soft. Appearance, couldn't help but shriek out and gently ruffled her hair. "It's fine, I'll help with cooking." He couldn't bear to let Miss Su busy herself alone. Zhao Nan washed his hands and entered the kitchen to help. After watching Su wrap dumplings for a few moments, he started wrapping them himself. Zhao Nan's movements were elegant. The dumplings he made were both pretty and delicate. Su Yue even felt he wrapped them better than she did, and couldn't help but exclaim, "So amazing. You learned just by looking." Zhao Nan said gently, "Don't work hard, cooking alone from now on. Tell me if there's anything to do." Bai Yi was busy in the courtyard, watching Su Yue and Zhao Nan in the kitchen, feeling as if an aura of warmth surrounded just the two of them. Others couldn't blend in. A trace of loneliness flashed in Bai Yi's eyes. He couldn't help but look at Jahan working beside him and asked, "Ji Han, do you still hate the wife master?" Ji Han paused his hand movements, as if thinking seriously, and only after a while said, "I don't know." Bai Yi knew Jahan wouldn't lie, so he said, "I hope you stay like this. Once you have feelings of concern, you're not like yourself anymore." Ji Han looked at Bai Yi's face full of worry, seemed to understand something, and said in surprise, "You've fallen for the wife master? You should know they all used to despise the wife master." Bai remained silent. Ji Han softly reminded him, "Didn't you say before that your father, because of you, mother moved her heart, and that's why she died in her backyard, so you absolutely won't have feelings for anyone?" Bai smiled bitterly and said, "That was something I said when I was young and foolish. A person's heart is the hardest to control, especially during a spiritual sea riot. We instinctively feel fondness for the first female who enters our spiritual sea and soothes us. At that time, my riot was severe, almost causing an incident. She appeared in my spiritual sea and saved me from my childhood nightmare, which was profoundly significant. Zhao Nan now protects his wife master because the wife master soothed his spiritual sea, which is why he treats her differently. Previously, Zhao Nan's nature was gentle yet aloof. If he was unwilling, the wife master couldn't get close to him at all." Ji Han heard these words and understood Wei Bei's attitude towards the wife master changed after hair turned yesterday. So it was because of the spiritual sea soothing. Su Yue naturally didn't know what they were talking about and was focused in wrapping dumplings. With Zhao Nan helping, the dumplings were wrapped quickly, so Su Yue needed some more dough and continued wrapping. Zhao Nan watched her knead the dough silently, memorizing the steps, thinking he would do it himself next time to let the wife master rest. Once the dumplings were wrapped, it was time to cook them. Zhao Nan went to the yard to gather firewood and start the fire. After the water boiled, Su Yue put the dumplings in. At this moment, Mai Qingqian turned. As soon as Su Yue saw him, her body instinctively tightened up. Facing Mai Qingqian, she really couldn't relax, instinctively on guard. Zhao Nan sensed Su Yue's tension and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I won't let him hurt you." Su Yue believed Zhao Nan, nodding and said, "I know, actually, he also promised not to lay hands on me again." But deep down she still didn't dare to believe it. Mai Qingqian felt he was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. But he couldn't be allowed to leave before the dumplings were cooked. Su Yue silently served 5 large plates, even prepared Mai Qingqian's portion, and poured a small dish of vinegar to be used for dipping, and also served each person a bowl of dumpling soup. She shouted towards the courtyard at Bai and Ji Han, "Dinner's ready." The two quickly washed their hands and entered the kitchen to sit down. They wouldn't keep their wife waiting, but my Kinkin still hadn't made any move. Su Yie walked out of the kitchen and said, "Hey man, Unkin. It's time for dinner." My Kinkin was moving stones to repair the courtyard wall, not even turning his head, and said with disgust, "Su Yie, are you planning to drug my food again?" Su Yie, days, recalling matters of a past life, helplessly explained, "No, I won't drug anything again." My Kinkin sneered, "I don't believe you. I won't eat the food you make. The reason he stays here is only because the sword still needs him to repair it." Su Yie said with a calm expression, "Fine, forget it. If you want eat, right now, there isn't much wheat. The flour ground from it is limited. Having one less person eat can still save a bit." Bei Yi, seeing Siwei's expression, hurriedly spoke, "Wife, don't be sad. If he won't eat, I'll eat it. We can't waste your kindness, wife." Su Yie explained, "I'm not sad. If we can't finish it, we can pan fry it in oil tomorrow morning. It'll be even more fragrant." For Su Yie, as long as my Kinkin didn't resort to violence, he could do as he pleased. Not eating her food actually saved her trouble. Su Yie hadn't picked up her chopsticks, so no one else had either. She came to her senses and said, "Everyone, hurry and eat while it's hot. It won't be good once it cools down." After saying this, she picked up a dumpling and put it in her mouth. Seeing her eat, everyone finally began to move their chopsticks. Upon tasting the dumplings, everyone was astonished by the deliciousness. Bei Yi's fox-like eyes were full of amazement. "So delicious. I've never eaten such delicious food before. Wife, you're amazing, able to make such wonderful cuisine." Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Yie's face. "As long as it tastes good." As she spoke, she looked toward Zhao Nan and Ji Han. Ji Han, visibly moved, praised, "It really is delicious. Even the imperial chefs in the Beast Emperor's city couldn't make this flavor. The key is, none of us knew before that wheat could be made into such food." Zhao Nan's eyes were full of tenderness, his brows and eyes smiling as he looked at Su Yie, saying softly, "It's very delicious. Hard work, wife master." Seeing the food being approved, Su Yie's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Mainly, the flour is good. Flour can make many delicious foods, like noodles, buns, wontons, pies. Later I'll make them all for you. She planned to plant more wheat in the space fields, so there would be flour to it in the future, and they could also cultivate fields near the tribe to grow wheat. However, crops grow fast in the space, allowing for quicker harvests. While talking, Su Yu ate the dumplings one after another, cheeks puffed out, like a little hamster. Jiaonan watched, feeling she was extremely cute. "In the future, whatever you want to do, tell me, I'll accompany you." The settings should have been done by them. Bei, too busy to talk, was focused in eating the dumplings on the plate. They were really too delicious. Ji Han ate slowly and deliberately, occasionally glancing at Su Yue, his gaze growing deeper. Heckled and quite understand her. My Kinkin was in the yard seriously repairing the courtyard wall with stones. He would be responsible for fixing damaged parts, but to make him believe Su Yue, he couldn't do it. He had special abilities, good hearing. The words Bei and the other said in the kitchen, he heard everything clearly. He gave a cold, charming smile, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. "To please such a vicious wife, master, is it worth lying?" Su Yue was famously useless in the Beast Emperor city. Couldn't even recognize all vegetables, definitely couldn't cook. He even suspected those words were deliberately said for him to hear. Bei finished eating, looked at Su Yue, the fox-like corners of her eyes lightly moved, her gaze captivating. Su Yue was drawn by her burning gaze, asked, "Didn't eat enough?" "There's still one plate." Bei shook her head. "I'm very full. It's just that I feel my wife is very good." Su Ye's mouth curved. You want to say my dumplings are delicious, right? Bai Yi's eyes sparkled. My wife is also very good. After saying that, she sighed softly. After getting used to my wife's cooking, what should I do if I didn't want to leave in the future? Su Ye thought seriously and said, how about you and my Kinkin, stop eating my cooking for now, so after 3 months, you won't have to struggle anymore. Bai was originally joking, but didn't expect Su Ye to take it seriously. She deliberately put on a sad look. Wife is truly heartless. I could never bear to give up my wife's cooking. As for whether to leave or not, then, she herself wasn't sure in her heart. Zhao Nan, seeing everyone was full, stood up and silently started clearing dishes. Hearing Bai's words, her picturesque brows and eyes swept over faintly. Bai received Zhao Nan's warning, just a joke. I didn't even understand my own feelings. Why is Zhao Nan so serious? Anyway, I wouldn't hurt my wife. Bai and Ji Han helped clean up, then went to the yard to help build the courtyard wall. Ji Han seemed to remember Samethangan said to Mai Kinkin, according to the rules, tomorrow it's your turn to protect our wife. Mai Kinkin curled a cold, alluring smile, his eyes seeming to congeal with frost. That's a rule you all set. I don't abide by it. And I certainly won't protect her. He paused. Mai Kinkin's smile gained a few more grains of coldness. Aren't you afraid that not only will I not protect her, but I'll take the chance to eliminate her? Ji Han's brows and eyes were clear and cold, his expression calm. Mai Kinkin, your word is your bond. Said I wouldn't lay a hand on me wife, so I won't. Mai Kinkin turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to admit it, but what she said, she would indeed do. But I never said I'd also protect her. Bai Yi gave a lazy smile. That's just fine. I will protect my wife. I cowled guard her every day. Mai Kinkin looked at Bai suspiciously. Bai Yi, this isn't like you before. When your wife insulted your father, you forgot it so quickly? Everyone knew Bai Yi's father died when she was young, which was a huge blow to her. Her emotional wound. Normal people avoid mentioning her father, but Su Ye wouldn't, often insulting Bai Yi's father, using the vilest language possible. Mentioning this, Bai Yi's expression changed instantly. The lazy, captivating smile on her face vanished, her gaze turning cold and heavy. People cursed the father off the fox-beast husband, not knowing she lost her father Yun. This was her deepest wound. At this moment, Bai Yi's face instantly changed. The originally lazy, captivating smile was gone. Her gaze also turned cold and heavy, silently working, no longer uttering a word. Ji Han sighed softly. Zhao Nan had been accompanying Suyu with her tasks. After tidying the kitchen, he helped her curate bacon. Su Ye looked at Zhao Nan, thinking his temper was really good. Getting along with him was especially comfortable. Whatever she instructed, Zhao Nan would silently do it. Su Ye explained that after curing the bacon, it will be smoked, usually placed on the stove while cooking to smoke it too. It could be stored for a long time. In the snow season, when you want to eat meat, just slice the bacon. Zhao Nan's hand, sprinkling salt on the pork, paused. Smoked meat knew, but he had never heard. After smoking, Su Ye nodded. Yes. The smoked meat, the lean meat, is tender and not dry. The fatty meat is fragrant, tender, and delicious. Speaking of delicious food, Su Ye's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. Su Ye kept an eye on the medicine nibbling in the clay pot. After boiling, she used a cloth to pad and pour out the medicine juice, waiting for the temperature to be right. She called out Tobai busy in the corner. Bai, time for medicine. Bai was immersed in memories of his father. Hearing the voice, instinctively turned his head. Su Ye, under the moonlight, reflected into his eyes. Her eyes seemed to hold moonlight, her voice soft and glutinous. Bai's heart trembled, inexplicably moved, putting down the stone and quickly walking over. Wife, you were just brewing medicine for me. Su Ye nodded, fortriating fire poison. Drink twice a day. Morning and night. You'll recover faster. The temperature is just right. Drink it quickly. Bei looked at their clear eyes, took the medicine bowl, gulped it down very quickly, after finishing, looked eagerly at Su Yue. Su Yue is startled. What's wrong? Bei raised his fox-like eyes, pursed his lips. Wife hasn't given me candy yet. Bei looked drawn, voice low and hoarse. Since childhood, only wife gives me candy to eat. Su Ye then remembered, took out candy from her space and handed it to her. Bei smiled. I knew wife loves me most. Su Yue's mouth twitched. Wanted to say, it's not like that. After drinking the medicine, go rest. Bei looked at Su Yu's expression, the corner of his mouth curved into a playful arc. Wife looks interesting and cute like this. Wife's medicine really works. After drinking it this morning, Audie feels much lighter, not as painful, as long as it's useful. Su Ye said, starting to prepare medicine again. She needs to detoxify her own poison to buy. Stick close, wife. Do you need my help? If it were before, she would have definitely stuck close long ago, but now whenever she gets near, Su Ye subtly creates distance. Su Ye thought for a moment, is helping work just about picking up these medicine pestle tools? I want to make insect repellent and hemostatic ointment. Go sell them to the nurse to earn some gold coins. Bei was puzzled. Wife, what do you need gold coins for? Don't we usually have food and drink? Su Ye said, with gold coins we can buy daily necessities, anyway. In a few days, when we go to the city, Nurse My Kinkin discards the stones. Hearing this conversation, her expression was uniform, full of disbelief. Bei is fire poison, incurable, yet Su Ye actually has a solution. My Kinkin looked at Su Ye under the moonlight. Her eyes were obscure, but then her phoenix eyes darkened. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, concealing the cold air in her eyes. No matter what, she must guard against her. The corner of her mouth lifted into a cold, faint arc, and she said to Ji Han, Su Ye has come up with a new trick, trying to swindle her dowry and gold coins. Earlier, Su Ye wanted them to hand over all the dowry money, and whatever was taken out was squandered by her tokery favor with others. Ji Han recalled the things Su Ye did in the Beast Emperor city. His expression darkened, concealing the emotions in his eyes. My Kinkin, thinking of those previous malicious actions, was filled with resentment, unable to let go. Back then, a lot of our dowry was squandered by her. If it weren't for our quick reaction, probably not a single gold coin would have been left. Ji Han moved his lips, wanting to say something, but felt whatever he said would be feeble, so he just said, the wife said she would change, and in 3 months she will give us divorce papers, letting us go free. I considered coldly and charmingly. This kind of trick isn't the first time she's used it. You actually still believe her? I want to see if she will really let us go then. I can simply didn't believe Su Yu's words. Ji Han couldn't defend her either, because he also wasn't sure if Su Yue would really let them leave. Although she has changed, they were afraid she would resort to her old tricks. Bei heard Su Ye say she would earn gold coins to buy daily necessities. His fox eyes shifted. I'll help the wife make medicine pounding tools first. After saying that, he found some stones and started making them using his ability. Su Ye finished brewing the medicine for herself, let it cool to a suitable temperature, and drank it all in one go. But after drinking it, her body felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She didn't tell anyone, forced herself to go wash up, and said to everyone, let's all rest early, going to sleep first, then went to bed and lay down, but still felt terribly uncomfortable. System, did I prescribe the wrong medicine, or is it the herbs here? The spatial system ICNO examined her body. Host, the antidote you prescribed was correct. It's The chronic poison in your body has been there too long. Drinking the antidote triggered physical issues. That's why it's uncomfortable. Su Yue ender. In the heat surge brought by the antidote in her body, in a daze, she heard the sound of the door opening, only then remembering she forgot to lock the door. Wife, what's wrong with you? Zhao Nan came in, carrying something, and saw Su Yu in the bed looking off, her face abnormally red, also showing weakness. Hearing Zhao Nan's voice, Su Yu looked at him dazedly, trying hard to keep her voice normal and fine. Zhao Nan frowned. Is it a fever? Reached out to touch her forehead to check her temperature. Su Yue could still enter initially, but once Zhao Nan touched her, feeling the coolness, her body uncontrollably leaned toward him, and even trembled slightly. Xian in check, feeling no fever by the moonlight. Looking at Su Yue's condition, as if thinking of something, a dark tide surged in his gentle eyes. He asked softly, wife, where are you uncomfortable? Su Yue's body trembled lightly. He couldn't help wanting to get closer to Zhao Nan. His coolness felt too comfortably. Su Yue gritted her teeth and said, I am fine, just a bit hot. Xianan looked at her, pitiful yet restrained expression. His heart softened. He sighed lightly, embraced her in his arms, his legs transformed into a snake tail, gently coiling around Su Yue. Still hot? Feeling better? He gently tittied Su Yue's disheveled hair. Su Yue gazed dazedly at Zhao Nan. Good. Feeling better after a while, Su Yue finally calmed down, her eyes regaining clarity. Ash said, with a hint of shyness, thank you for tonight. I'm fine now. Zhao Nan's picturesque eyes darkened a few shades further, his voice low and hoarse. Wife, you don't need to be so formal with me. As he spoke, Zhao Nan handed her a bag that looked like a beast skin pouch. At this moment, Su Yue was stunned. A spatial pouch. According to her predecessor's memories, she knew the beast world had magical artifacts and some special items, and only beastmen of noble birth possessed these. There are 2,000 gold coins inside. Take them for now. Buy whatever you want. No need to work hard selling things at the nurse's station. Later, I'll bring back the items I left in the Beast Imperial City. Zhao Nan had left some money in the Beast Imperial City, and now he was giving all he had on hand to Su Yue. Su Yue was astonished upon hearing this. In this beast world continent, 1 copper coin cowled by an egg, and 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. These 2,000 gold coins were an enormous amount. Su Yue is quite surprised inwardly. Originally, her beast husband was so wealthy. Moreover, according to Zhao Nan's meaning, this was only a small portion of his silver. It seemed his beast husband's origins were quite noble. Thinking of this, Su Yue's mind suddenly flooded with the memory her predecessor had casually squandered. The dowries and gold coins of her beast husbands. Some were used to curry favor with her favorite beast husband, Jiang Maquin, yet Jiang Mashuan didn't even give her a glance. Others were tricked into doing different things, not only using the beast husband's gold coins, but also humiliating them. In the end, the beast husbands took back the remaining dowry gold coins. After all, no one's money comes from thin air. Coming back to her senses, she handed the space bag to Zhao Nan. I can't take this. She believed that a noble person loves wealth, but acquires it rightly. Besides, after this, she would have no further connection with the beast husbands, so she could choose their gold coins. From now on, she would live here and needed to improve her relationship with the beast husbands, not remain hostile forever. This way, it would be easier to cut ties later. As for the squandered gold coins, she would repay them. Zhao Nan's expression shifted, and he asked puzzledly, why not take it? Don't you need gold coins to buy things? Zhao Nan looked at Su Yue, his eyes gentle, as if urging her to speak her mind. Su Yue hesitated, her voice trembling slightly as she whispered, these Are your gold coins? I want to earn me own. She felt that theirs and her own should not be mixed together. Zhao Nan suddenly understood. Wife, I am your beast husband. It's only right thought he provide you with gold coins. How could I let my wife go out to earn money? On the beast world continent, generally, beast husbands support the female beasts, and female beasts rarely go out to work. Su Yi said with a smile, Zhao Nan, thank you still. But I said I would set you free after 3 months and give you a freedom letter, so I can't take your gold coins. Not just Zhao Nan's, she wouldn't take anyone else's either. However, though she wouldn't accept the many gold coins Zhao Nan was willing to give, she was still grateful for his trust in her heart. A hint of darkness tinged Xianan's gentle eyes as he whispered hoarsely, Wife, I never said I wanted to leave after 3 months. That's the result they wanted, not what I wanted. My things all belong to my wife. I want to giveth them all to my wife. She paused. Zhao Nan leaned closer to her, his gentle aura enveloping her, neither with eyes as tender as water. His voice was elegant and alluring. Wife, please. Don't refuse, okay? Su Yuerli didn't want it. But looking up and meeting Zhao Nan's gaze, shimmering like flowing moonlight, listening to his captivating tone, she actually couldn't bring herself to say words of refusal. I didn't treat you well before. Why don't you want to leave? Such a good opportunity. Ji Han and Bei probably still doubted her silence, afraid they couldn't leave. Why is Zhao Nan different? Zhao Nan smiled gently, his warm gaze fixed on her, clearly and smoothly saying, that was before. Our wife is different, so I won't leave, and I promised your father I would protect you well. Su Yi was objectionable to withstand his gaze. After a moment of silence said, aren't you afraid that after giving it to me I will squander it again? Hearing this, Zhao Nan's eyes held a smile. This isn't something wife should worry about. If the gold coins are gone, I'll get more for wife, as long as wife is happy. Su Yi was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhao Nan's expression, knowing he was sorry. Ooze, you really won't leave? Zhao Nan, seeing her disbelief, softly sighed, and said gently, I won't leave. Su Yi's face lit up with a smile, her brows and eyes curving into crescents. Her smile, and her eyes seemed filled with sunlight, warm and radiant. Then I'll help you keep it for now. If 3 months pass and you want to leave, you can still go. Zhao Nan knew that no matter what he said now, she may not believe it either, and said softly, you'll find out when the time comes. After this exchange, Su Yi trusts Zhao Nan more. In her heart, Zhao Nan was different from others. She knew Zhao Nan disdained lying. After chatting for a while, Su Yi was feeling a bit sleepy. Zhao Nan saw the fatigue between her brows, and said softly, wife, sleep first. Su Yi nodded and lay down, seeing Zhao Nan still sitting by the bedside, asked, puzzled, aren't you going back to sleep? You sleep first, I'll wait until you are asleep before I leave. Xianan was afraid she might feel unwell again, wanting to watch over her. Su Yi nodded, not knowing why. With Zhao Nan by her side, she felt particularly at ease. Su Yi completely relaxed, and fell asleep shortly after. At this moment, Zhao Nan stood in the quiet room like an orchid or a jade tree. He lowered his head to look at Su Yi's peaceful, sleeping face, his features growing even softer like green bamboo, adding a touch of artistic beauty. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Nan finally left silently. On the morning of the second day after leaving, Su Yi woke up and found the beast husbands were already awake, because Esh had previously insisted that everyone no longer serve her washing up, which made Su Yi feel much more at ease. For breakfast, Su Yi made lump vegetable soup and also pan-fried last night's leftover dumplings. Pan-fried dumplings are completely different from boiled ones, and the aroma instantly filled the air. My Kinkin had gotten up and was repairing wool in the yard. While busy, she smelled the breakfast aroma. It was so fragrant it made her hungry. She couldn't understand what food could be so fragrant. Bai Yi's fox-like eyes sparkled as she said with a smile, "Inkin, it's a good thing you said you wouldn't eat the food our wife makes. Last night, the dumplings our wife made were delicious. We've never eaten such tastibiast. Even the imperial chefs in the Beast Royal City can't compare. Originally, our wife made just the right amount. One big plate per person. Since you're no eating, there's an extra plate left. Our wife said we'd pan-fry them for breakfast. Who knew pan-fried dumplings could be so fragrant?" Bai Yi, smelling the aroma, felt her stomach growling. In the past, for them, food was just about filling their stomachs, maintaining stamina, and facilitating hunting and killing mutated beasts. But now she had expectations for food. Mai Kinkin was originally tempted by the aroma, but hearing Bai Yi say this felt like being stabbed by a knife. She could drug you at any time. A little food tempts you, making you lose your vigilance. Bai Yi, hearing Mai Kinkin talk about their wife like this, felt uncomfortable. Looked at her with a "you just don't understand" expression. "You're just being stubborn. Once you taste the delicious food our wife makes, you'll know how good it is. I forgot you said you don't eat it, so you definitely won't get to eat it. Don't forget these words in the future." Mai Kinkin was so angry at Bai Yi's words, she almost vomited blood. Her face still cold and stern, she said coldly and lightly, "I mean what I say. It's you who should worry about being drugged with no antidote for regret." Bai Yi's fox-like eyes lifted. "The wife master has changed. She won't drug me. Even if she did, it doesn't matter. He doesn't mind it now." Mai Kinkin felt Bai Yi was beyond saving, her expression turning dark and grave. She thought to herself, what method has Su Yue used this time to actually change Bai Yi's mind? This made her even more wary. She had no mind to continue repairing the courtyard wall, took her sword and left directly, to avoid smelling that fragrance again. Passing the neighbor's house door, Mai Kinkin, with her extremely sharp hearing, overheard the conversation inside. Lin King waziating with her beast husbands and sighed, saying, "Who knows what delicious thing the big sister next door makes every day? How can it be so fragrant?" "Exactly. Why can't we make food with such fragrance every day? It's so fragrant, our own meals taste bland, just smelling it makes us drool, and every day it's a different variety. The fragrance is always different." Linking also agreed. "I think our neighbor, Miss Su, is different from before. Seems like she's really changing for the better." Mai Kinkin, passing by and hearing this, showed a thoughtful expression, but thinking of Su Ye's past wickedness, she still couldn't convince herself to believe her. Su Ye's early morning meal was tomato dough-drop soup, made with flour, adding tomatoes and eggs. She was accustomed to having food for breakfast, soup. If not making soup, then cook congee. But rice is expensive. Most people can't afford it. Making soup is much simpler with noodles. He said the dough-drop soup is even more delicious, and the noodles are very filling. Pan-fried dumplings are also especially fragrant. Bai Yi and the others ate the dough-drop soup and pan-fried dumplings. Even after eating their fill, they still felt the pan-fried dumplings were too tasty, and they hadn't had enough. Su Yu said with a smile, "If you want to eat, in a few days, we'll make more. Set aside more for pan-frying, and in the evening for everyone, we'll make noodles." Everyone ate well, and she herself also ate quite well, while cooking, smelling the smoke and fire, watching the firewood crackle and pop as it burned. Her heart felt peaceful and serene. This feeling was very healing. After breakfast, Bai took his medicine and went out. Jiaonan stayed home to accompany Su Yue. Knowing Su Yue needed to take medicine, Jiaonan personally brewed the medicine while Su Yie went to smoke the preserved meat. While busy in the morning, she discovered Zhao had hunted and killed a wild ox and a wild sheep last night, beef and mutton. Su Yie's eyes lit up. So meat could be in the courtyard, roasting meat to eat. Zhao saw her eyes sparkling, so he knew she liked beef and mutton. Next time I'll hunt more. Yesterday, something delayed me. In Beast Emperor City, there are always people who want to kill Su Yue. Zhao Nan dealt with that group of people in advance, so as not to scare her. Thinking off this, his gentle gaze gained a cold chill. Su Yue said with a smile, "This is enough to eat for several days. No need to work so hard." In the Beast World continent, male beastmen have big appetites. So when Su Yue cooks, she makes more. Everyone eats a lot but doesn't get fat, probably because their special abilities consume a lot of energy. Zhao Nan's eyes were gentle and smiling, not hard work. Su Yue said with a smile, "Zhao Nan, deep barbecue skewers for lunch." At noon, English and Zhao Nan were home. She planned to make barbecue skewers. Moreover, after having intimate contact with Zhao Nan last night, some things appeared in her space, like seasoning packets and vegetable seeds, such as skive and loofah seeds. Zhao Nan said gently, "Hey wife, make whatever you want to eat. If you need me to do anything, prepare anything, just say the word." Zhao Nan thought barbecue skewers were just roasted meat. Su Yue said, "We need to make some wooden skewers to string the meat. There's no wire or wooden sticks at home. We need to make wooden skewers, okay?" Zhao Nan found wooden sticks and, as Su Yue instructed, whittled wooden skewers. "Is this length and thickness okay?" Su Yue gestured and said, "A bit longer, thinner, and sharper, to make it easier to string the meat." Zhao Nan understood immediately and used his wood-type special ability to quickly whittle the wooden skewers. Su Yue then started cutting the beef and mutton, cut them, marinated him, and after marinating, they could be skewered. While skewering the meat, Su Yue was slow and accidentally poked her finger, hurting it. Her body is sensitive to pain. Wanting to make Zhao Nan think she was being overly sensitive, she held back and didn't make a sound, but Zhao Nan, even while busy, noticed what was wrong with her. "Poked my finger." Zhao Nan looked at her, put down the skewer in his hand, and took her finger. Su Yue wanted to dodge. Zhao Nan gently soothed, "Let me see." Under her gentle voice, Su Yue couldn't refuse and gave her hand to him to see. Zhao Nan saw her fingers were all red and helplessly sighed. "Does it hurt a lot?" "It is okay, I'm not that delicate, it's just that this body was pampered before, never doing any work. The fingers are too delicate. It hurts from just a poke, almost bled." Zhao Nan looked at their pitiful eyes, placed her finger by his lips, and gently blew on it, like this. "Does it feel better?" Su Yue's finger felt as if brushed by a spring breeze, her heartstrings lightly plucked like by a feather, trembling slightly, feeling herself being tender licoriced here. Once a male here marries, the chastity mark on his arm will disappear. But this stunning snake beast had been married for 5 years, yet still maintained her chaste body, even kneeling on the ground, bitterly pleading. The woman remained completely unmoved. Su Yue blinked, feeling that what she saw just now must have been an illusion. Zhao Nan was treating her like a little girl, coaxing her. Su Yue hurriedly composed herself, not letting herself sink into his tenderness. She abruptly pulled her hand back. "It's fine now." Then, "Next, I'll skewer these. You go rest over there." Zhao Nan used his special ability, and the meat skewers automatically threaded onto the wooden sticks, very quickly, his every movement still exuding elegance and noble restraint. Su Yue looked at the sheep intestines, soaked in white wine. They were ready now, so she prepared the meat filling, stuffed it in, then tied them with cotton thread, and used a wooden skewer to poke air holes. Zhao Nan, seeing Su Yue use sheep intestines to make food, showed a surprised expression. After all, he had never seen this method before. Previously, animal offal would all be thrown away directly. Su Yue prepared to light the fire to cook the sausage. Zhao Nan said, "The meat is all skewered. I'll light the fire." He didn't even ask what this was, sat down and started burning firewood. Su Yue proactively explained, "This is called sausage. It's also fragrant when grilled. Sheep intestines can be stuffed with fish or chicken meat to make different flavors." After boiling, Su Yue took out a portion and cut decorative slits, skewered them with wooden sticks ready for grilling. The remaining portion she prepared to air dry and then store in the ice cellar. For making steamed buns in the evening, it would be just right to use sausage for stir-fry. After finishing, the two sat in the courtyard and started grilling the meat skewers. Su Yue sprinkled on barbecue seasoning, skillfully flipping 6 skewers until they were done. She handed them to Zhao Nan. "They're ready. Try them. Be careful. They're hot." Zhao Nan, using her ability to cool them down a bit, she took one skewer and passed the rest to her. "You have some too. I'll grill the rest." "It's fine. We can eat while grilling." Su Yue took a bite. The flavor was just to her liking. Her eyes and brows curved into a smile. Zhao Nan also started eating, and the moment it entered her mouth, she was instantly amazed. Su Yue hurriedly asked, "How's the taste? Is it good?" Zhao Nan snapped back to reality, looking at her with a smile, clear and gentle. She said, "It's very delicious. Completely different from the way we used to grill meat before. In the past, we only used fire and added a little salt. The taste is so different from these skewers." Su Yue said, "I made a lot. If it's good, eat more." She had prepared quite a bit. Considering both their appetites, they might not finish it all, but there was no rush. They could just slowly enjoy it. At that moment, a knocking sound came from the door. A clear young voice rang out, "Excuse me. Is Miss Su at home?" Su Yue was taken aback. Someone was looking for her. She got up to answer the door, but Zhao Nan gently grabbed her wrist. "Let me go check first." She wasn't at ease. Even though the tribe was usually safe during the day, it was still necessary to be cautious. Su Yue nodded. Her ability wasn't even at level 1 yet. Better to assess the situation first. Zhao Nan opened the courtyard gate and saw 2 people standing at the door. One was a 14 or 15-year-old youth in black clothes, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of sword energy. The other was a man in white wearing a veil hat, tall and slender in stature, with a cold, noble, and aloof temperament. Like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world, Zhao Nan sensed. The white-clad man carried an aura as chilling as frost and snow. With her abilities, she couldn't discern his true form, nor could she see through his strength. Knowing he was far above her, she remained inwardly vigilant, her gaze cool, as she asked, "Who are you? What business do you have with my seventh master?" The black-clad youth beside him hurriedly explained, "This gentleman, my master's surname is Z. I am Z Yi. My master sustained severe injuries in the nearby mountains and forests. We originally sought ancient witch doctors for treatment, but they all had no solutions, so they sent us to invite Miss Su to try." Su Yue listened curiously, looking at the white-clad man wearing the veil hat. Severe injuries? Judging by his crane-like, ethereal demeanor, Z Yi hadn't finished yet. It carried a sense of fragile brokenness. He then began to cough lightly. Z Yi quickly supported his master, urgently looking at Su Yue. "We trouble you, Miss Su. As long as you can heal me, master, any condition we will agree to." Zhao Nan looked at Su Yue. In such matters, she respected the seventh master's decision. Su Yue, hearing that coughing, felt this person might collapse at any moment, and her heart softened involuntarily. "You may come in first." This Master Z's entire bearing was noble, his body exuding a snow-like coolness. Though Su Yue couldn't clearly see his appearance, she could sense his gentle gaze. Master C, please extend your hand. I will first take your pulse. Zi Guixiu extended his hand. Those fingers were long and jade-like, lustrous and exquisite. He said softly, I trouble you, Miss Su. Su Yue guessed he was only around 20 years old, growing increasingly curious about his appearance. Su Yue reached out to take his pulse. Just touching his wrist, she was startled by the chill. Then her face turned pale, her fingers trembled at this pulse. Extremely faint, almost no life force. She looked at Zi Guixiu's veil hat, her eyes full of pity. Such a person, if he died, it would truly be apathy. But her Mushi ability was not even at the first level. Yet, could she cure him? Just as she was thinking, the Mushi ability within her body actually automatically wrapped around young Master Z's wrist, green light like vines drilling into his body, and his chilling aura also flowed into Su Yue's body, making the burning sensation within her subside. Su Yue was stunned. Young Master's wrist also trembled slightly. He felt the ability flowing unimpeded through her meridians automatically, repairing internal injuries. Zi Yi, seeing Su Yue's poor complexion, asked nervously, Miss Su, is my young master all right? Su Yue snapped back to attention. Young Master Z is fine for now, but he needs proper recuperation and must not use his ability. Otherwise, he could easily explode Andy. He has an ice soul constitution. He must live in a cold environment and try not to have emotional fluctuations. After Su Yue finished listing precautions, she also wrote a prescription. Zi Yi hurriedly asked, Miss Su, how much is the consultation fee? If there's anything you need or help with, just say it. Su Yue thought for a moment. 2 silver coins will do. She had only used a bit of ability. According to the market rate, this price was sufficient. Zi Yi exclaimed in surprise. Miss Sun, a young master has money, you needn't worry. At that moment, the jade ring on young Master Z's finger flashed with light, and a box and something exquisite appeared on the table. The bag is a thank you gift for Miss Su. Thank you. Su Yi hurriedly refused. Just 2 silver coins will do. He cannot want. Zi Guixiu coldly opened his mouth. This is what the young lady deserves. As he spoke, heap in the box. Inside was a glittering, the sparkling pendant necklace. Zhu Ye was hesitating about when the space system hurriedly reminded, host, this is an ice crystal pendant. It can ward off cold air in cold weather, and also speed up the rate of special ability improvement. It's a magical artifact. It can save your life at critical moments. The one next to it is a spatial pouch, also very valuable. Look at the snowflake pattern on it. This young Master Z's status is certainly not ordinary. To be precise, he should be extremely noble. Su Yue understood, but still felt it was too embarrassing to accept Z's gifts. Too precious. Miss Su saved me. How can these mundane objects repay that? Please accept them. Su Yue glanced at the spatial pouch. Inside were quite a few silver gold coins. After thinking for a moment, the pendant I will accept, but this I cannot. Zi Guixiu didn't. No need to force it. I've disturbed you much today. Thank you, Miss Su. As Zi Mu takes his leave at this moment, Zi Yi relaxes, smelling the fragrance in the air. Can't help but mutter, so fragrant. He looks at the skewers, his mouth watering, his stomach also growling incessantly. Su Yu, thinking of that magical tool, then speaks up. I'm mad some skewers, if you don't mind. Stay and have some. Help taste the flavor. Zi Yi grins excitedly. Thank you, Miss Su. Young master. You haven't eaten all day. Stay and have some. There. So fragrant. Zi Guixiu sighs helplessly. Then I'll trouble. Miss Su. Su Yi says with a smile, no trouble at all. Come, sit quickly. A dark glint flashes in Zhao Nan's eyes. He has been watching this young Master Z warily, yet Su Yue seems not to guard against them. Su Yue finishes grilling the meat. Skewers, first hands one Taxio Nan, then to Z Yi and Z Gixue. Eat without worry, Nadrig's added, just a bit of spice. Miss Su need not explain, believe you. As he says this, he extends a slender hand and takes the skewer. Su Yue is touched inwardly. This is the first person in the beast world continent to trust her. Zi Yi, ignoring the heat, eats directly. And upon the first bite he exclaims excitedly, so delicious. Young master never eaten such fragrant grilled meat. Su Yue, seeing him eat so happily, is delighted. Someone appreciates it. Her mood is excellent. Be careful, it's hot. If it's good, have more. Zi Yi, seeing the young master hasn't moved yet, urges. Young master, eat quickly, it's really delicious. He is somewhat worried. The young master is very picky about food, and has a poor appetite. Why? His health is not good. Su Yu looked at Zi Gixue, and saw that he hadn't eaten. She said softly, Young Master Z, you should try it quickly. 2. She hoped those who trusted her could eat a little more. Zi Gi. Zhu lifted a corner of the curtain, took a small, elegant bite of the meat. Skewer, his manners refined, showing good upbringing. The taste is very good. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Yu turned her head. If you like it, eat more. If you don't mind, there's still meat at home. I can make some more for you. Totosti. Watching Su Yi talk to young Master Z, her face with a bright smile, Zhao Nan felt a strange sensation welling up in her heart. She had never seen her smile at anyone like that before. In front of the unfamiliar young Master Z, she even revealed her true nature. This lunch, everyone ate very happily. After eating their fill, the two took their leave and departed. After walking out of the tribe, Zi Yi said to young Master Z with emotion, Young Master, that Miss Su is really good to her beast husband. Her cooking is delicious, and she's considerate. If only she could be your female beast. Moreover, I noticed her beast husband has a red gauzy in his arm. They are married in name only. When young Master Wen was cutting meat, his sleeve pulled up, revealing a corner of red gauze on his arm, symbol of chastity. This, young Master Z stepshulted, his aura seeming to change. Young Master Miss Su's medical skills are even more impressive than the ancient witch doctors. She can cure you. Is she the one the great priest said is your predestined companion female beast? Zi Gixue called out. Zi Yi, stop talking nonsense. Zi Yi knew the young master was serious now. Zai Shuo Ta Jiaoxin Guangqua Gongzi, Jude Gongzi, Jin Tian Guai Guai Di, Heoxianju Shinchi, Su Yue Huido Wu. Zhong, Faxian Juo Shangfangzi Nage Kongjian Dai Ji, Bushi Huan Gai Zi Gongzi Lima, Zen Zai Ji, Kongjian Shi, Tong Da Shi Zi Gongzigui Liu Xia Di, Yong Yi Neng, Yangle, Tazu Hu Di, Caning Kandao, Hai Ting, Yushin, Di Su Yue Zhang Qi Gai, Zhe Gongzi Bamai, Shi, Yi Neng. Zidong Ten Ruta Di Shenti, Hitadi Binkshu Jiaorong Ziji Shenti Bushu, Kongzi, Di Suma, Ta Shen, Shu Shifang Chu Mu Shi Yi Neng, Jiguo Ling Ta Zhanjing, Wo Di, Mu Shi Yi Neng Zenmi Xiazai Dao Yi Jila Bamai, Shi Hai Ji Shi Ban Jia Suju, Kening Shi Ni, He Zi. Gongzi Qi Shi Jiaorong Qi Shi Tebi Kai He Jinyin Yining Qi Shi Jiaorong Jiu Neng Tishing Shili Su Yue Lenx Ta He Zi Gongzi Myong Bao Zhang Mai Kinmi Jichu Sui Kai Shuo Naiman Kixi Kai He Yaoshi Ta Chengla Shu Fu Kinmi Jichu Shenzi Shiji Guan Shi Yi Neng Kenning Neng Kuizu, Tishing, Su Yua Shens, Fuza, Yanshan Mimang Jezin Xing, Zi Gong Zi Zi, Shi Lai Jibing Di, Wu Bunning Yu Ji Zhong Zhongfa Ta, Zhuo Budding Du, Yu Ki Jul Fangsen, Ta Mai Yu Ki Ju, Shen Sheng Mayu, Kiwei, Kixi Erki, Ta Shubi, Shang, Di Hongsha Hai Zai, Kending Mayu Ci Shu, Su Yua Pizui, Zi Zen Kenning Zuo, Wo Deshu Fu Ta Shenfen Zung Gui. He will definitely match you with a more noble and powerful female beast host. Don't think like this. Young Master Zemians, you no harm. You are helping him heal. Okay, body. He is very grateful to you now, and he looks like a good-natured person at first glance. As your beast husband, he will definitely protect you, more reliable than the current beast husband. Protect him? Su Yue would rather protect herself and not rely on others. In the apocalypse, she is a big shot host. Don't undervalue yourself. After being in contact with Master C for a long time, he will definitely discover your goodness. Moreover, your disfigurement is temporary. After detoxification, your face will return to normal. Besides, Master Z still trusts you. These words made Su Yia's eyelashes tremble. Yes, the feeling of being trusted is really good. After crossing over, my kinkin and the others have always doubted me. Whatever I say, they don't believe. Being distrusted and doubted, it really feels uncomfortable inside. The moment Mr. Z said he trusted me, it felt truly different. Mr. Z doesn't look like Somi Anuho enjoys talking definitely. I disdain lying. If I could see him again, these gold coins, I would return to him. He is so physically weak. Using these gold coins makes me uneasy. A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it rightly. What should not be taken, Ito not take. If Master Z becomes your beast husband, it would be normal for him to give you things, and you using them would carry no psychological burden. Say no more, do not ruin Master Z's reputation. In the beast world, a male beast's reputation is also very important. An excellent male beast can marry a good wife. Just between the two of us talking, others cannot hear. The host just won't listen to my suggestions. If you were with Master Z, the space would surely have many rewards. No matter what the system says, Su Yue will not do this. If he had status and looks and reputation, perhaps he'd give it a try. But now he has self-awareness and wouldn't seek death at this time. Outside the door came Jiaonan's warm and gentle voice. Wife Master, are you resting? No, come in. Jiaonan entered, carrying a water kettle and a water cup, freshly boiled water. The temperature is just right. Wife Master, have some. Su Yue was taken aback. He really was thirsty. He had eaten skewers at noon and talked with the system for a long time, making him even thirstier. He looked at Jiaonan, his expression soft. Thank you. Su Yue took a sip. The temperature was perfect. He gulped it down, drinking 3 cups in a row before he felt his throat was more comfortable. Su Yue had to admit, Jiaonan was truly gentle and attentive, usually taking care of him meticulously. Wife Master, your complexion doesn't look good. Are you tired? Or is there somewhere you feel unwell? Su Yue shook his head. It's nothing. It's just that the spatial pouch young Master Z left behind. Inside are many gold coins. I feel I can't accept them. Next time I see him, I must return it. A hint of darkness flashed in Jiaonan's eyes, the concern and sense of crisis in her heart surfacing again. Seeing her silent, Su Yue raised his head to look at her. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiaonan collected her expression and said softly, young Master Z reminds me of the Z clan. Su Yue immediately teleperked up, eagerly asking, it a major aristocratic family? Zhao Onakn explained quietly. The Z clan is 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Among the noble families they are a top-tier existence. Firepower is mostly in the northern Frost Province, hence they are called the Frost Province. Shi heard that the young master of the Z family in this generation had moved to a separate courtyard for recuperation at a young age due to poor health, and had not appeared in public since. The Z family had almost semi-retired. There were also rumors that the young master of Z had long been gone, but it was hard to tell the truth from falsehood. Su Ye hurriedly asked, "Is the young master Z who came today the young master of the Z family?" Zhao Nan shook his head. "It's unclear. The Z family has kept the information tightly sealed. No one can probe into the details of the young master of Z. Even outsiders don't know his name." Su Ye pondered in his heart. If this young master Z really is the young master of the Z family, then he is not to be provoked, and he dared not have any more improper. "I understand. Thank you for telling me this. If that's the case, these gold coins probably mean nothing to young Master Z. But they are still not something I can touch." Su Yue decided to stop overthinking. The next day after breakfast, Su Yue dragged Bei to the medicinal hervely to gather herbs. He needed to make more medicinal pouches and had to prepare enough materials. On the third day, it was Jihan's turn to protect him. Su Yu thought for a moment and said to him, "Take me for a walk in the mountain forest." Jihan, upon hearing this, was stunned for a moment. "Wife, master, are we going to the mountain forest?" He had thought that Su Yu didn't trust him. For the past 2 days, when it was his turn to be on duty, Su Yu had not gone out, so he assumed it would be the same this time. Su Yu nodded. "Let's go to the mountain forest and take a look. We might have some gains. The nurse is almost there. I need to prepare in advance to earn more gold coins." Noticing that Jihan's expression was off, Su Yu asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to take me?" Jihan hurriedly explained, "No, it's not that. I thought my wife didn't trust me." As he spoke, he lowered his head slightly, and his voice became softer. Su Yu said with a smile, "Last time when my kinkin wanted to kill me, you stopped him. I naturally trust you. You will protect me, right?" Jihan met Su Yu's clear gaze, and his heart softened. His cool, sharp features also softened a bit. He said seriously, "I will protect you, and will never let anyone harm you in the slightest." Su Yi's smile deepened. "Having your word is enough. Let's set off." Jihan immediately transformed into his true form, majestic black wolf. He slowly crouched down, his limbs bent to the ground, making it easy for Su Yi to climb on. Su Yi's heart stirred, not expecting him to be so considerate. He easily climbed onto his back, feeling that the fur's texture was really good, and it carried a faint, crisp scent of pine wood. When Jihan stood up, he did so very slowly, afraid of startling him. When carrying Su Yi into the mountain forest, he wasn't like Zhao Nan and Bei who moved like the wind, but instead deliberately slowed his pace, taking care of his feelings everywhere. Su Yi felt that strolling along slowly like this, admiring the surrounding scenery, was actually quite pleasant. Suddenly, Su Yi's eyes lit up. "Jihan, over there, those are sunflowers." He was so incredibly delighted with sunflowers, he culled free melon seeds to eat. If there were many seeds, he could even take them to the market to sell. Jihan looked at the sunflower not far away. Although didn't understand why his wife was so excited, he still walked toward it, maintaining a leisurely, unhurried pace. He saw a large patch of sunflowers. Su Yi was extremely excited inside, jumped right down, and immediately busied herself picking sunflowers, preparing to put them into the empty. When it was almost time for the nurse to sell fried melon seeds, Su Yi suddenly heard a weak yet pleasant voice and smelled the scent of blood. Following the sound, he looked over and saw far away a beautiful snow-white beast lying on the ground, injured on its leg and bleeding. Those beautiful, delicate eyes looked at him, utterly stunning and moving. Su Ye had never seen such a good-looking beast before, nor could he recognize its breed. He just saw it was injured and immediately felt a softness in his heart. People go crazy petting and cuddling fluffy, cute beasts, never knowing its true identity is actually a big shot from the beast world. Su Ye had no resistance to this pretty, adorable little beast. Seeing its leg injured and bleeding, my heart softened instantly, and I lifted my foot to go over. Jihan silently helped while keeping an eye on Su Ye. Seeing him walk toward the unfamiliar lit beast, he hurried forward to stop his wife. Be careful, he blocked in front, thinking that if the beast attacked, he could protect Su Ye in time. Su Ye tugged at Jihan's sleeve. It's fine, I think it won't hurt people. It's injured, I'll go check. Wife. Jihan still wanted to dissuade him, but Su Ye simply wouldn't listen. He had never seen such a beautiful, fluffy little beast. Su Ye walked up to the little beast and crouched down. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Let me kick your injury, okay? As he spoke, he deliberately softened his tone and showed a gentle smile, wanting to appear harmless. Seeing the little beast nod its head, Su Ye's eye sparkled with delight. You understand? That's great. This little beast is really intelligent. Su Ye took out spiritual spring water from his space to clean its injured leg. He intended to apply hemostactic design, but then remembered his Mushi ability to generate unusual effects perfect for a test. He activated his Mushi healing ability, and soon found on the little beast's leg healed. There, your leg is healed. It's fine now. As Su Ye spoke, he tentatively reached out to stroke its fur. Unexpectedly, the little beast didn't dodge and let him pet. This delighted Su Ye immensely. While he was absent-mindedly petting the beast, he didn't notice its ears hidden in the fur turning red. Yet little beast still obediently let him continue. After a while, Su Ye said reluctantly, "You're fine now, you can go home. This little beast in the mountain forest doesn't look stray, it's so beautiful. There should be a family." But the little beast didn't move. Instead, it shifted closer to Su Ye. Its eyes were breathtaking like a painting, emanating a pale blue glow. Su Ye guessed it had nowhere to go, and her expression softened with pity. My home is in the North Luo tribe. Would you like to come home with me? I can cook. I won't let you go hungry. The little beast nodded gently, its movements carrying an elegant nobility. Su Ye happily reassured it and picked up the little beast, smelling the cool, snow-like scent on it. The scent was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had smelled it before. Su Ye held the little beast, rubbing his face against its white fur. Great, from now on, you'll keep me company. I will treat you well. Jihan looked at Su Ye's smile, a trace of complex emotion flickering in his cool eyes and brows. Wife, are you taking it home? Su Ye nodded. From now on, it will follow me. What kind of beast do you say it is? He had never seen this kind of beast before. Jihan, who is widely read, hadn't seen it either. I'm not sure. Jihan originally wanted to add Vizigant it, but seeing Su Ye so happy, he couldn't bear to speak up and dampen his spirits. Not knowing is fine. Let's give it Anim first. It's completely snow white, so let's call it Jiaozu. Just as they were speaking, suddenly, something jumped down from the tree, charging straight at Jiaozu in Su Ye's arms. Su Ye's face changed abruptly. Instinctively, he hugged Jiaozu tightly to protect it, while his supernatural ability erupted from his hand. However, everything seemed a bit too late. That thing was extremely fast, attacking fiercely like a blur, making it impossible to guard against. At this critical moment, Jihan moved. His figure was swift as lightning, and the weapon in his hand slashed out fiercely. Slicing out a sharp linear light, the green shadow was hit. Letting out a piercing shriek, Su Yie held Zhao Zhu tightly, her heart still pounding with fear. Seeing Jihan beside her, she felt a trace of assurance. What is this thing? The thing before them looked like just a green vine, but its attack just now was incredibly fast and carried a killing murderous intent. A cold glint flashed in Jihan's clear eyes. This is a blood-drinking vine. Skilled at camouflage, it specifically seeks the fresh blood of beastmen and beasts. When I came over, I scouted the surroundings and didn't detect this blood-drinking vine. It might have come for her. Su Yue was slightly startled. You mean this blood-drinking vine is after Zhao Zhu, and it was hiding in this tree? Jihan's gaze was probing, grave and wary as he looked at Zhao Zhu. Its blood is very special. Didn't you smell a peculiar fragrance just now? Looking at this little beast now, a suspicion began to form in Jihan's mind, though he couldn't be sure yet if it really is like that. Su Yie cannot keep this little beast by her side anymore. Su Yie was taken aback. There was a faint fragrance, very pleasant. But what's so special about it? She gently held Zhao Zhu, afraid anything might happen to it. She didn't notice that the little beast in her arms had gone stiff. Its beautiful features seemed to have flickering fragments of firelight passing through them, crystalline and mysterious. Its blood is different from that of ordinary beastmen. It can drive some beasts and creatures mad, if I'm not mistaken. It may be an already lost ice and snow spirit beast. Only ice and snow spirit beasts, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the icy and snowy wilderness, are born, would possess unique blood. Its blood is like a miraculous elixir, but this kind of beast has long been lost, and the ancient texts of the great families would not have any record. Su Yue heard these words, and her expression changed abruptly. No wonder it would be like this. She felt the little snow in her arms becoming somewhat restless, so she reached out and gently stroked its fur. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It's just that me current ability may still not be enough to protect you. Realizing this, Su Yie felt somewhat lost in her heart. Taking it back might instead bring danger to it. Just then, the roar of beasts came, and the ground shook. Jihan's expression tightened. Many beasts are coming, and they carry collision. The little snow in her arms nimbly jumped out and landed on the ground. Su Yie startled and exclaimed, "Little Snow." Little Snow looked back at Su Yie. She actually saw in Little Snow's eyes reluctance. But Little Snow only looked at her seriously a few times, then quickly ran out off sight. Su Yie anxiously wanted to chase, but Jihan hurriedly grabbed her hand. Wife, it's already gone. You can't catch up. If you run out now, you might encounter powerful mutated beasts. Su Yie's face was full of worry, even some self-blame. Feeling extremely upset, Jihan saw her low spirits and didn't know how to comfort her. Wife, don't be sad. It will be fine. Ice and snow spirit beasts are very intelligent, and it is said they have many spells to protect themselves. Strangely, after Zhao Zhu ran away, the commotion from just now disappeared. The beast seemed to have gone in the opposite direction. Su Yie noticed this, feeling an indescribable emotion in her heart. Yet she couldn't help but worry. Could it really be the Isanao spirit beast? That mysterious little snow-white beast arrived at a place, luring all those beasts over. White mist instantly filled the surroundings, and in a short while, it transformed back to its original form, lightly moving its fingers, killing all those beasts that were charging midly over. If Su Yue were here, she would sorely be shocked to discover this person was actually Thaddeus Master Z. Soon, Zi Yi hurried over, anxiously asking, "Young master, how is your health?" Miss Su said you must notice your abilities anymore. Zi Gixue said lightly, "It's fine. Ever since seeing Su Yie that day, her aura entered my body, and me health has improved quite a bit, plus, with medicine and recuperation not as weak anymore. Ziyi was somewhat helpless. Young master, you really are something to see, Miss Su. You didn't have to use such a method. Your blood is so precious. How can you bleed so casually? As if thinking of something, Ziyi asked again. But young master, didn't you say you wanted to stay by Miss Su's side? Why did you come back? According to the plan, you weren't even letting her follow you. Zi Gixue said softly, it will bring her danger, so I cannot stay by her side in beast form. Zi Yi sighed. Young master, I also heard news about Miss Su. I heard she is both vicious and incompetent, failing at everything she being disliked and even exiled, I think. Miss Su is completely different from the rumors. The rumors say Miss Su abuses her beast husband, but in reality, she treats him very well, even cooks for him personally. Which female beast can do that? Zi Gixue said calmly. Xianjus believe rumors are not to be trusted. Zi Yi nodded. Young master sees things clearly. One shouldn't just listen to rumors, but must see with one's own eyes. I just think Miss Su is a good person, kind and sincere, just as he was. Speaking, Ziyi suddenly widened his eyes and looked at his young master. Young master, you just used your ability, and your body is actually fine. Could it be that just being with Miss Su is beneficial for the young master's body? Zi Gixue also noticed it. Just now, Su Yue's supernatural energy re-entered through the wound into his body, repairing many issues. This ability is too miraculous. At this moment, after confirming there was no danger, she and Ji Han continue collecting sunflowers. Su Yue was a bit absent-minded, her mind always recalling that beautiful ice snow spirit beast. Ji Han saw her complexion wasn't good, and asked softly, Wife master, will we go home? Su Yue shook her head. It's still early, let's wander a bit more. During this wandering, Su Yue discovered sugar beets. They were actually sugar beets, not only edible, but also could be used to make sugar. Once processed, they could be sold for gold coins at the nursery station. Su Yue immediately perked up, no longer listless, and began digging sugar beets seriously. By mid-afternoon, they had almost enough. Su Yue put the sugar beets into her space, her hands covered in mud. Ji Han took out a handkerchief and gently wiped them clean for her. The movements were extremely gentle. Su Yue looked up at Ji Han. In a daze, feeling he truly resembled her beast husband, yet reason told her it was not so. This was merely his sense of responsibility. He always fulfills his duties diligently. Ji Han, do you hate me in your heart? Ji Han's hand-wiping motion paused. He lowered his head and looked at his wife with a cool gaze. Why ask that? You are Thexio family heir in the future. You must become the head of Zhao family as the successor. You could have taken a wife and had a male beast marry in. But because of me, you had to marry over here and were ridiculed. Su Yue was full of curiosity. A wife who marries in must listen to the beast husband that way. Zhao Ji Han could have the final say at home, not having to prioritize the wife in everything, and wouldn't have to reluctantly take care of her like this. Ji Han looked at her curious gaze, somewhat helpless. For the family, she was forced to marry him. The familia raised her, pouring all resources into her until now, so she should also contribute to the family. Can't really talk about hate or not. I'm sorry about past matters. Wait until later when you regain your freedom, you can return to the Zhao family. At that time I will give you a freedom. Nothing you do will be affected. Ji Han felt a stir in his heart upon hearing this. He originally thought her mentioned freedom meant a letter of divorce. Never expected it to be a freedom letter. In Su Yue's view, Ji Han was a key cultivation target of the Zhao family. The Zhao family values him. His ability to return to the Zhao Family is different from Bai situation, even if Bai were free. Nor will I return to the Hua family. Even if I go back, it's probably just to avenge my father. In my previous life, I pushed them too far. They all have their own hardships. Would the wife really treat us like this? Ji-han looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Yue nodded. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Forcing things never ends well. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Ji-han thought should be happy to hear this. But deep down, she wasn't that excited. Moreover, she used to be a good for nothing, yet she could say suck things. After chatting for a while and tidying up, they headed home. This trip was very fruitful. As soon as they arrived home, Su Yu got busy, taking the beets and sunflowers out of her space and placing them in the yard. Su Yue planned to boil the beets into brown sugar for storage, to sell at the market. It could earn more. Brown sugar is scarce, comparable to salt. Ji-han used her ability to control ice blades for peeling, working very quickly. In no time, basins and buckets were filled with chopped beet pieces. She looked at Su Yue and saw her lowering her head, slowly peeling. Although her movements were slow, she was very focused. Zhao Ji-han felt a stir in her heart, noticing that Su Yue was always very concentrated when working, as if immersed in her own world. While peeling, Su Yue lost focus for a moment, and the sharp blade cut her finger. The pain nearly brought tears to her eyes, but she made no sound. Quickly standing up to go wash it, Ji-han's expression changed abruptly, immediately stepping forward to use her ability to press on Su Yue's finger, preventing excessive bleeding, then washing it with clean water, and carefully bandaging it for her. Why didn't you make a sound when it hurt? Before, she would scream even when it didn't hurt, but no, she's lost so much blood without a word. The wound is not small. Su Yue feels that this body is particularly sensitive to pain. Even a small injury hurts terribly. Tears flow uncontrollably, her voice soft and sticky. It's okay. It's my carelessness. Crying out in pain only works on those who care about you. For them, her crying out in pain would only invite annoyance. That's how it was for the previous owner, making people feel like the boy who cried wolf. So she didn't want to make a sound. Shouldn't expect to still be discovered by Ji-han. Ji-han pursed his lips, his expression becoming somewhat more solemn, carefully bandaging her wound. At this moment, a sneer came from the door. Wu tricks again. Su Yue, you've changed to a new tactic, and it's quite effective. Ji-han is personally banding your wound. Your methods are really high. Hearing This's voice, Su Yue immediately knew it was my Kinkin. She hadn't returned for several days after leaving that morning, and didn't expect to come back today. Su Yue wished she would never return. My Kinkin stood at the door, arms crossed, her cold, beautiful phoenix eyes as if frosted over, her tone full of and disdain. Ji-han frowned. My Kinkin, it's not what you think. The wife master didn't use any tricks. He had seen Su Yue's efforts and changes these past few days. Su Yue couldn't be bothered to explain, nor did she want to engage with my Kinku. No, she just wanted to quickly sever ties with him. Bring your sword here. My Kinkin looked at her warily. What do you want to do? If you want your sword to get better, bring the sword over. Her had risen to level 1. She could fix his sword a bit more. My Kinkin was silent for a moment, then still he handed the sword to Su Yue, but from a great distance, afraid she would take advantage. Su Yue was both injured and amused by his demeanor. My Kinkin, you'd better not provoke me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll help you completely repair the sword. Otherwise, if I'm in a bad mood, I might just forget how to repair it. My Kinkin's eyes instantly froze. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger passed through his phoenix eyes. But he could do nothing about Su Yue, still counting on her to repair his lifebound sword. He could only endure it. Su Yu would indulge him, who told him to speak so offensively. Anyway, once this word is repaired, they'll be even. My Kinkin, to completely repair this sword and restore its spiritual nature, you'll need mystical spirit iron, right? My Kinkin's phoenix eyes suddenly changed. You actually know about mystical spirit iron? He was also searching for mystical spirit iron, but this thing is too precious. A Vengriat noble families rarely possess a small piece. That's right. To deal with us, it's not surprising you'd learn more about such things. Deliberate lamentation mystical spirit iron was just to remind me that without it, Thesword cannot be properly repaired, right? At this moment, my Atkinses instantly dimmed, looking at his own sword with a face full of anguish. Jihan knew my Kinkin valued loyalty and righteousness. His lifebound's word had been his companion since childhood, like a partner. My Kinkin, don't misunderstand your wife for now. Hear how she explains? My Kinkin sneered. It's only been a few days, and you're already speaking up for her. Impressive Eskels. My Kinkin, I know I did wrong in the past, but I said I would change, and you previously agreed that if I repair the sword, you would no longer take action against me. Then we would be even. My Kinkin seemed to remember something, his eyes instantly turning icy. I said I wouldn't take action, but being even doesn't mean. Do you think it's possible? My mother was forced by you to suffer a shock, and she's still unconscious to this day. If my mother is in trouble, how do you expect me to forgive you? My Kinkin clenched her hands into fists, full of anger and helplessness, her eyes reddening, glaring fiercely at Su Yira's family. There is indeed a contract to restrain the beast husband, and he followed the exile to the north precisely to find the legendary spiritual treasure medicine material, the 1,000-year mysterious frost flower. Only this flower can save his mother. But after searching for so long, there has been no success. Upon hearing this, Su Yia widened his eyes. When his former self married My Kinkin, he intentionally forced the My family, causing My Kinkin's mother to fly into a rage, suffer a sudden attack of intense fury, and fall into a coma, never waking up. Su Yia thought of what his former self had done, and sighed inwardly. No wonder My Kinkin hated him so much. If Mother Mai really dies, then they would become sworn enemies forever. Thinking of this, Su Yia had a headache. What a rare mother's symptoms. Perhaps I can treat her. My Kinkin didn't believe it at all. When a fool still knows which doctor tricks, Su Yia saved young master Z at a time when My Kinkin and Ji Han weren't present. I can give Hua Lingai a remedy for fire poison, and can also detoxify herself so naturally she knows medicine. My Kinkin doesn't believe it. Who knows if you aren't tricking Hua Lingai? She actually trusts you. I haven't seen any signs that her fire poison has been cured. My Kinkin can tell that Hua Lingai still carries fire poison. Eventh royal physician said it couldn't be cured. Su Yia has been idle and unskilled since childhood. How could she possibly cure it? It's simply a fantasy. Su Yia couldn't be bothered to explain further, but her former self truly owed My Kinkin. She could ignore it, but once My Kinkin becomes an enemy, it would be troublesome. The hatred for killing one's mother is irreconcilable. Su Yia thought for a moment, took out a box from her space, and opened it. Inside, large pieces of mystic spirit iron were revealed. The glow-off mystic spirit iron instantly stunned My Kinkin. This is mystic spirit iron. Even Ji Han's face showed shock. Ji Han had seen a small piece of mystic spirit iron before. Just that small piece was incredibly precious, worth a fortune. Su Yia, however, took out such a large piece. If people saw it, it would definitely cause a sensation. That's right. This piece of mystic spirit iron is enough to repair your lifebound sword, and can make it even more spiritual. and sharper than before. My Kinkin's voice trembled. How do you have so much mystic spirit iron? Even if great families have some, it's only Atney piece. Most families simply don't have this thing. It's long been lost. Su Yue has such a large piece. Although my Kinkin found it unbelievable, she knew that with this piece of mystic spirit iron, her lifebound sword could be saved. The heavy stone pressing on her heart could finally be put down. Nothing in this world is impossible. What you think is impossible is often the most possible. Su Yue said this to make my Kinkin believe in her medical skills. My Kinkin's face was full of complexity and shock as she looked at Su Yue. You're going to give this entire box of mystic spirit iron tome to repair my lifebound sword? Su Yue said seriously. Yes, I keep my promises. But my Kinkin became even more puzzled, not believing she would be so kind. Then what do you want? Let's be clear first. My heart and me person are not for you to take. Su Yue suddenly laughed, but the smile didn't reach her eyes, and it carried a hint of sharpness. My Kinkin, you take yourself too seriously. Do you think you wear a gold coin? That everyone would like you? I don't need your heart, and I certainly don't need you. People go crazy petting and cuddling the fluffy, adorable beast, unaware that its true identity is actually a big shot from the beast world. Su Yue had no resistance to this pretty and cute little beast. Seeing its leg injured and bleeding, her heart instantly softened, and she lifted her foot to Goover. Ji-han, while silently helping, kept an eye on Su Yue. Seeing her walk towards the unfamiliar little beast, he hurried forward to block his wife. Be careful, he stood in front of her, thinking that if the beast attacked, he could protect Su Yue in time. Su Yue tugged on Ji-han's sleeve. It's fine. I don't think it will hurt anyone. It's injured. I'm going to check in it. Wife? Ji-han still wanted to dissuade her, but Su Yue simply would listen. She had never seen such a beautiful, fluffy little beast before. Su Yue walked up to the little beast and crouched down. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Let me check your injury, okay? As she spoke, she deliberately softened her tone and showed a gentle smile, wanting to make herself look harmless. Seeing the little beast nod, Su Yue's eyes lit up with surprise. You can understand. That's great. This little beast is really intelligent. Su Yue took out spiritual spring water from her space to clean its injured leg. She originally intended to grind some herbs, but then remembered her Mushi healing had leveled up. Perfect for testing. She activated her Mushi healing, and the wound on the little beast's leg healed quickly. All better now. The leg injury was healed. It's fine, Su Yue said, tentatively reaching out to touch its fur. Unexpectedly, the little beast didn't dodge, letting her touch it. This delighted Su Yue immensely. She was lost in thought while petting the little beast and didn't notice its ears, hidden in its fur, turning red. The little beast still obediently let her pet it. After a while, Su Yue said reluctantly, You're fine now. You can go home. This little beast from the mountain forest didn't look like a stray. Soma think this beautiful probably had a family, but the little beast didn't move. Instead, it shifted closer to Su Yue, its eyes breathtakingly like a painting, emitting a pale blue light. Su Yue guessed it had nowhere to go and felt so heartbroken that her expression softened. My home is in the North Luo tribe. Would you like to come home with me? I can cook. I won't let you go hungry. The little beast nodded gently, its movements elegant and noble. Su Yue happily reached out and picked up the little beast, smelling its refreshing, snow-like scent. This scent felt somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember where Esh had smelled it before. Su Yue held the little beast, rubbing her face against its white fur. Wonderful. From now on, you'll stay with me. I'll be good to you. Ji-han looked at Su Yue's smile, his cool, detached eyes gaining a trace of complex emotion. Wife, you want to take it home? Su Yi nodded. From now on, it'll follow. What kind of beast do you say it is? He had never seen this kind of beast before. Ji-han, well read, hadn't seen it either. I'm not sure either. Ji-han originally wanted to advise against it a little, but seeing Su Yi so happy, he couldn't bear to. Opening my mouth would spoil her mood. Not knowing is just not knowing. First give it a name. It's Snow White all over. Just call it Jiao Zhu. Just as we were talking, suddenly Zamathing jumped down from the tree, charging straight at Thexio Zhu in Su Yi's arms. Su Yi's face changed abruptly, instinctively hugging Xiao Zhu tightly to protect it, while at the same time her handy's special ability burst forth. Yet everything seemed a bit too late. That thing was extremely fast, like a fleeting shadow, swiftly attacking, making it impossible to guard against. Right at this critical moment, Ji-han moved, his figure fast as lightning. The weapon in his hand swung out fiercely, cutting out a sharp line of light. The green shadow was hit, letting out a piercing strange cry. Su Yu tightly held Jiao Zhu. At this moment, her heart was still pounding with fear. Seeing Ji-han beside her, she felt a trace of reassurance again. What is this thing before her eyes? This thing looks as if it's just a green vine, but just now, when it attacked, it was incredibly fast and carried a chilling, killing intent. Ji-han's clear, cold eyes held a chill. This is a blood-drinking vine, adept at camouflage. Specifically sucks the blood off beastmen and beasts. Just now, when I came over, I scouted the surroundings, didn't discover this blood-drinking vine. It perhaps was targeting it. Su Yue is slightly startled. You mean this blood-drinking villainess targeting Jiao Zhu, and then quietly hid in this tree? Ji-han's gaze was probing, grave, and wary as he looked at Zhao Xoxui. Its blood is very special. Just now, didn't you smell a peculiar fragrance? Looking at this little beast, no, Ji-han's mind vaguely. There is a speculation, but it's still uncertain if it really is like this. Su Yu cannot keep this little beast. Su Yi was stunned for a moment. There is a faint fragrance, very pleasant. But what's so special about it? She gently held little Snow, afraid that anything might happen to it. At this moment, she didn't notice that little Snow in her arms had stiffened. Its beautiful brows and eyes seemed to have flickering, fragmented, fiery light passing through. Crystalline and mysterious. Its blood is different from ordinary beastmen's blood. It can drive some beast sand creatures mad. If I am not mistaken, it might be the long-lost ice snow spirit beast. Only the ice snow spirit beast, born in the icy, snowy wilderness, gathering the world's spiritual energy, would possess such unique blood. Its blood is like a miraculous elixir, but this kind of beast has long been lost, and even the ancient texts of the great families would not have records of it. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression changed drastically. No wonder it was like this. She felt little Snow in her arms was somewhat restless, so she reached out and gently stroked its fur. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It's just that my current abilities might not be enough to protect you. Realizing this, Su Yi felt somewhat dejected in her heart. Taking it back might instead bring danger to it. Right at this moment, the roars of beasts came, even the ground shook. Ji-han's expression tightened. Many beasts are reckoning, and they carry killing intent. The little Snow in her arms nimbly jumped out, landing on the ground. Su Yi was startled, exclaiming, "Oh Snow!" Little Snow looked back at Su Yi. It was actually in little Snow's eyes. I saw reluctance in her eyes, but Xiaoxu just looked at her seriously for a few moments, then quickly ran off and disappeared from sight. Su Yi, urgently wanting to chase after Ji-han, she hurriedly grabbed her wife's hand. It's already gone. You can't catch up. Don't run out now. Go. Live encounter powerful mutated beast. Su Yi, full of worry, even somewhat self-blaming, extremely upset. Ji-han saw her feeling down and didn't know how to comfort her mistress. Don't be sad, it will be fine, ice snow spirit. The beasts are very spiritual. It is said they have many spells to protect themselves. Strangely, after Kshuo ran away, those just now, the movement has ceased. The beast seems to have gone in the opposite direction. So you noticed this, feeling a sense of an indescribable feeling, still can't help but worry, could it really be an ice snow spirit beast? That Snow White divine, the secret little beast arrived at a place, luring all those wild beasts over. In an instant, white mist began to permeate the surroundings. In a moment, it transformed into human form, lightly flicked its fingers and killed Altos wildly charging beasts. If Su Yia were here, she would surely be surprised to discover that this person was actually that young Master Z. Soon, Z. He hurried over and asked nervously, "Young Master, how is your body?" Miss Su said, "You can no longer use your abilities." Li La Z Gixwei said lightly, "It's fine ever since I saw Su Yia that day. Her aura entered my body. His health has improved quite a bit, and with the medicine for recuperation, he's not as weak anymore." Z Yi felt somewhat helpless. "Young Master, you really now, just to see Miss Su, you didn't have to resort to this method. Your blood is so precious. How can you be so careless with it? Bleeding?" As if thinking off something, Z Yi asked again, "But, young Master, didn't you say you were going to stay by Miss Su's side?" "Huh? Why are you back?" Accordito the plan, the young master didn't let her follow. Z Giksha whispered softly, "Bring it to her. Go dangerous, so can it stay by her side and beast form." Z Yi sighed. "Young master," I also inquired. "Got news about Miss Su. Heard she's both vicious and a total airhead, can't do anything right, disliked by everyone, and even I feel that Miss Su is completely different from the rumors. The rumors say Miss Su abuses her beast husband, but in reality, she treats her beast husband so well and cooks for him personally. Which female beast could do that?" Z Guikshu said calmly. "Seeing is believing. To be real, rumors are not to be believed." Z Yi nodded. "Still, young master sees clearly. One cannot just listen to rumors, one must look. I personally saw with my own eyes that I think Miss Su is a good person, kind and sincere." Just as she was seeing, Z Yi suddenly widened her eyes, looking at his own young master. "You just used your ability, and your body is actually fine. Could it be that as long as you stay with Miss Su for the young master's body has benefits?" Z Gixue also noticed. Just now, Su Yuo's supernatural aura followed along. The wound entered his body, fixing many problems. This ability is too miraculous. At this moment, Su Yie confirmed there was no. After the danger, she and Ji Heng continued to collect sunflowers. Su Yie was a bit absent-minded, her mind always drifting back to that beautiful ice snow spirit beast Ji, noticing her expression. "No," softly asking, "Wife, want to go home?" Su Yie shook her head. "It's still early, let's wander around a bit more." This turn, Su Yie discovered that beetroot is actually sweet vegetable, not only edible, but also can be used to make sugar. As soon as Nurse Chang called go sell gold coins, Su Yie immediately perked up. No longer listless, she began digging beets seriously, and by mid-afternoon, the beets were almost all dug up. Su Yie put the beets into the space, her hands covered in soil. Ji Han took out a handkerchief and gently wiped them dry for her. "Net, the movements are extra gentle." Su Yie looked up at Ji Han in a daze, feeling Hetrally resembled her beast husband. But reason told her it wasn't like that. This was just him having a sense of responsibility. He usually does his job dutifully and conscientiously. "Ji Han, do you hate me in your heart?" Ji Han's motion of wiping her hands paused, and she lowered her head to look with the cool gaze. Why does her wife ask like that? You are the heir of the Zhao family. And as the heir, you will become the head of the Zhao family in the future. You could have taken a wife and had a female beast marry in, but because of me, you had to marry over here, and were even mocked by others. Su Yi full. Out of curiosity, if the wife who marry Jacinto, the family has to listen to the beast husband, then. That way, Jihan can have the final say at home, and doesn't have to defer in everything. The wife is the master, there's no need to go to such lengths to accommodate her. Jihan looked at her curious gaze, feeling somewhat helpless. The family forced her to marry him. The family raised her, poured all resources into her until now, and she should repay the family. Contribution to the clan is out oft question. As for hate, I don't hate. About the past, I'm sorry. When you regain your freedom in the future, you can return. Zhao family, when the time Kamisi'll give you a freedom letter, whatever you do won't be affected. Jihan felt a stir in her heart upon hearing this. He originally thought the freedom she mentioned was giving a divorce paper, but it turned out to be a freedom letter in Su Yue's view. Jihan is the key cultivation target of the Zhao family. The Zhao family values him, she can return. The situation of the Zhao family and Bei is different. Bei, even if free, will not go home. Going back probably is also to avenge his father, before the body force them too much. They are not easy. Would the wife really treat us like this? Jihan looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Yi nodded. Don't worry, I mean what I say. Forced melons aren't sweet, and there are plenty of fish in Thezi. Jihan thought upon hearing this. Should be happy, but my heart isn't that excited, and she used to be a fool, yet she could actually say such things. After a while, after packing up, they headed home. This time, the harvest was full. As soon as they got home, Su Yue got busy. Take the beets and sunflowers out of the space, and put them in the yard. Su Yue plans to use the beets to make brown sugar for storage. Go to the market to sell, can earn more brown sugar. Scarce, but salt. Some compare Jihan uses supernatural ability to control ice blades to peel. The speed was very fast, and in no time, both the basin and the bucket were filled with chopped beet pieces. He looked at Su Yue, seeing her slowly peeling with her head down. Though her movements were slow, she was very serious. Jihan's heart stirred, realizing how she was when she worked. Always very focused, as if immersed in their own world.